Mhm. Hello. Hi, everything. We start in 1 or 2 minutes. Oh, we're not ready. Good morning, everyone. Natalita's her way, she's opening. Natalita's on her way. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning to all. It's my great pleasure to welcome you today to the EMANES Annual Conference 2025 here at São Paulo in Barcelona. So this edition marks the 10th anniversary of the conference. In fact, we started in 2014, so that was many years ago, but then we started our annual conferences in 2016, already 10 years, in Tunis. Some of the colleagues that will be with us today will have been with us since those years, and I'm welcoming all the new people that have been contributing to this conference. So the history of EMANES was great because it was started in 2014, was an idea to develop research in economic policy and having young researchers, particularly in economics, contributing to their economic policies of the region, mainly the Mediterranean. And then it has evolved. In 2020, we included African countries because at the beginning it was the Euro-Mediterranean network for economic studies. And then from 2020, we started to engage with African counterparts. So this year's theme is toward regenerative economies, pathways for inclusive, sustainable, and resilient development in Europe, the Mediterranean, and Africa. And this reflects really our commitments for advancing knowledge and policy in a time where we need it. In fact, if we look at the climate change crisis and all the digital transition that we've seen over the years, plus the demographic changes, we need to really think our models into more sustainability, but beyond sustainability. I think the SDGs are already down the road, 2030, but if we look at the achievements, we can see that many countries, they have not really achieved those goals. And already we're thinking about post-SDGs. And I think for the post-SDGs, we assume that we need to go beyond sustainability and think about regeneration. So we have received in this conference, as you know, we have launched a call many months ago. We have received very nice papers, almost 53, I think 53 papers we received from Europe, Mediterranean, and African countries. And also we accepted 20. So we have 3 days, and those 20 have been assessed by the scientific committee. And I can say that this year is quite high quality papers, and I congratulate all the people who have submitted papers, but then we could not accept all of them. They were really high quality, all of them. So let me go a bit into the architecture of our conference for this 3 days. So we have organized the program in 6 academic sessions, as you can see in the program. And these are all examining key pillars for regenerative development. And I would invite you all to think how regenerative principles could apply to your work. Although sometimes you might not have thought in the paper about regenerative principles and what does it mean in practice, because regeneration and regenerative principles come from biology. It doesn't come from economy. And this is also allowing us to rethink beyond the frontiers of disciplines. And this is essential for us as economists, because as we could see clearly, it's very difficult for economists simply to simplify reality, because reality is super complex. And we need to have systemic views about understanding the societal challenges that are facing us. So societal challenges are multi-factor, and we cannot, as economists, simply simplify in one factor analysis. So we need to be a bit more open and thinking a little bit outside the box, trying to really apply and understand and some other disciplines where we can innovate. And as researchers, we need to be creative, we need to think outside the box, and we need to innovate. So as I mentioned, we have 6 academic sessions. The first session is on territories, addressing climate vulnerability, natural capital valuation, and territorial resilience. The second session would be on labor market and informality. This is key. At the end, we need, labor market is evolving in this new context. And also we see in our regions more informality as before. So this has not changed. And this session will analyze structural changes in employment, digital labor market dynamics. And these are all issues that are essential to understand the future of our economies. Third session is about the economic of degeneration. And this is essential because, in fact, we will look at the crime, conflicts, and other disruptions. And this will provide us the essential lenses to understand the fragility and human capital destruction, and where, unfortunately, our region, the Mediterranean, is part of this destruction dynamics. The fourth session is energy, where selected papers will assess renewable energy adoption, production systems, and regional comparative studies. This will also allow us to understand what is the research in this field. And we know that renewable energies is the future because we cannot continue polluting the planet. But then, unfortunately, at a global political level, this is not the trend, and we are practically back to coal and back to oil and gas. The fifth session is about ESG and technology, and the papers that we accepted attempted to bridge technology absorption, ESG reporting, and also frontier digital innovation. So this is also essential because with data on ESG, we are able to track and to monitor what is going on in our economies. And the sixth session is about green growth, and the papers will explore biodiversity, just transition, and also the institutional conditions for decarbonization. And the seventh, I mentioned, actually it's 7 sessions, and the last session is economic integration and regeneration in the last day. And there it's important, we cannot evolve without cooperation. We will delve into trade agreements, global value chain integration, and innovation enabling policies. So those sessions will offer theoretical and applied perspective from an economic and beyond perspectives. And this will enrich our understanding. And again, I really encourage you all to think about regeneration in your presentations. And also, this will allow us to move from theory to practice and also respond to the societal challenges that we are facing, every one from its own perspective. We are also honored to welcome a distinguished lineup of keynote speakers who will frame our discussions. So the first one is Her Excellency Hela Said. Hela Said has been with us since the beginning. She's one of the co-founders of EMANES and EMANES when she was still in the University of Cairo in the time. So we worked together with her team to build EMANES and EMANES. So I'm very happy to have Hela with us today online. She is currently the economic advisor of the president of Egypt, who will also give us some insights about regeneration and economic planning for the case of Egypt. We also have Professor Enrico Giovannini, who is a very well-known economist and has been tackling regeneration for several years. And, you know, he will provoke us with his thinking about where are we standing in sustainability and is sustainability still alive? So tomorrow, Enrico will really give us some food for thought to think where are we heading with sustainability, and hopefully we have good news from him. Gramenos Mastroianni, he is the Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, and he will examine the global balance and the stumbling blocks to climate action. We had the pavilion, Mediterranean pavilion in the COP30 in Belém in Brazil, and he was with the other members of the team of the Union for Mediterranean representing the interest of our region. We have with us today Professor Stephen Newman. He will explore the economics of nature-based solutions through the lenses of agroforestry in the UK. Agroforestry is a sector in which we spend a lot of time. We're working on it together with my colleague here, Martin. We've been working for years now on trying really to bridge, you know, our both discipline, and I will let him talk about his discipline later on. Professor Giovanni Ferri, he is the co-chair also of the conference. He will be joining us online, and he will discuss the evolving ESG landscape and the urgent shift from reporting to real impact. So we need to go to real impact using the ESG. And then my dear friend Cynthia Al-Sidi, she couldn't be with us today. She will be also online, and she will delve into economic security and geoeconomics as new defining context for sustainability and cooperation. And this is also essential to frame our thinking where we're heading. It's true that we need to be theoretical, but at the same time, practical. We have a number of special sessions, and this year, innovation of this conference is to link research policy to implementation and practice. And I am very happy to welcome our three projects. In fact, the staple special session on water-efficient regenerative economies, which will explore the virtual water trade dynamics and water energy food ecosystem interlinkages. So this is also important based on real life research that we are engaging with our partners. We have a policy session on regeneration, and I am very happy to also have the colleagues from Crossrace with us. And this one I will be moderating, and I'm very happy to unite different disciplines from ecological, social, economic, and cognitive perspective, including insights from our dear colleague Harris Ayer, who in fact was yesterday in Paris discussing with the UNESCO and also the G7 for new thinking on brain economy. And he will explain a little bit this. And he will explain to us also on how brain economy could link to regenerative together with all the panelists that we will have tomorrow. Then we have the reforest special session, which will present the pathways for scaling agroforestry through regenerative finance, based on the work that we've been doing with Tiago here in EMEA and other colleagues from Reforest. And this will allow us to again to bridge research into real practices. Now also I have few comments to make. We will have a special issue on regenerative economy based on the papers, if you are of course interested to submit them to economic notes. And this is led by Giovanni Ferri. Also, we'll have the Best Papers Award, which will be announced on Friday at the closing of the event. So we will give two awards for the best papers of this year conference. And then, of course, we will have some social special activities, the light show in São Paulo tomorrow. And then we have the conference dinner on Thursday, tomorrow as well. And then we will have some group photos and also the social media posting by my colleague here, George, who will lead this part of the work. Now, I would like to warmly thank the co-chairs of this conference, Faye Selimi, she's here with us, Martin Lukac here at my left side, Carlos Essa, he's joined us this afternoon, Sensi Alcidi, and Giovanni Ferri. The scientific committee and the reviewers who have been helping us to advance this conference, the authors and discussant for these 3 days, and all our partners from the project, Staple, Crossrace, Reforest, our partners here, EPLO, SEPS, and let me not forget anybody. I think I didn't. So these are the main. So thank you all for your collaboration. And hopefully this 3 days will be successful. I would like to special thank to Yagane. She has been amazing help in this conference. We will miss a lot Sandra. Sandra is a coordinator of EMANES, and she has a great news because now Sandra and Louise will be with us next year, hopefully. And Louise, she is a newborn of Sandra. So all the best, Sandra, and hopefully we'll see you online. I would like to thank all the team, Dani, George, Nectar, Konstantinos, Paula, and then Yara, of course, leading the team. She has joined us as the new director of EMEA since October. So again, we're very happy to work together on this important conference. So closing here, I would like to give the floor to Faye, and then I wish you a great 3 days.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Professor Imayadi that gave me the opportunity to be part of this important conference. And as a co-chair of this conference and as the Deputy Director of the Circular Economy and Climate Institute of the European Public Law Organization, I am especially proud to be one of the opening speakers of this year's discussions at such a critical moment for our regions and for the global economy. This conference is jointly shaped by two powerful networks, the EMANES and the EMEA, both of which play a unique role in fostering high-level economic dialogue, evidence-based policy, and regional cooperation. Our theme this year is not simply a conceptual exercise. It is a strategic response to a world under strain. We are living through accelerating climate disruption, widening social and economic inequalities, increasing geopolitical energy and food insecurity, and a growing loss of trust in traditional economic models. In this context, regenerative economies do not aim merely to sustain what already exists. They seek to restore, renew, and transform, to move from extraction to regeneration, from linear growth to circular value creation, and from short-term profit to long-term shared prosperity. This represents a profound shift, not only how we produce and consume, but in how we govern, invest, and cooperate. At the Circular Economy and Climate Institute of the EPLO, we work at the intersection of climate policy and economic governance, circular economy and national development strategies, innovation, resilience, and social cohesion. The circular economy is no longer a niche environmental concept. It is the new economic model that needs to prevail. It is a rebranded industrial competitiveness and social strategy, an energy security instrument, a jobs and skills agenda, and a core pillar of a just green transition. Yet, circularity without justice is incomplete, and green growth without social inclusion is unsustainable. This is precisely why this conference matters, because it connects economic reform, environmental integration, and social fairness in one integrated conversation. The collaboration between EMANES, EMEA, and the EPLO sends a powerful message that the future of our regions cannot be designed in isolation, that the challenges of climate, development, finance, and stability are shared challenges, and the solutions must be co-created across borders, disciplines, and generations. This platform exemplifies what multi-regional cooperation should look like in practice: policy-relevant, research-driven, and impact-oriented. For me personally, regenerative development is not a theoretical concept. It is a political responsibility, an economic necessity, and above all, a moral imperative. Resilience without inclusion is fragile, growth without regeneration is short-lived, and sustainability without justice is incomplete. Over the next days, we will explore bold policy ideas, exchange regional experiences, debate difficult trade-offs, and I hope co-produce actionable pathways for real change. I encourage you to engage fully, challenge constructively, and collaborate openly, not only with sessions, but beyond them. Thank you all, and I wish you a truly inspiring and impactful conference.
Thank you very much, Faye. And I'm extremely happy, and all the team is happy for this collaboration. And I didn't mention that also Faye is collaborating with us as expert member on circular economy at EMEA. And I think we can really work together because your network is law, mainly public law, and this also connects very much into the economy. So the logic of this network is really to work together collectively to find the appropriate answers for our societal challenges. And this does not, again, come from only economics. It comes from different disciplines. And I think the quicker we understand this as economists, the quicker we will find appropriate solutions that will transform our economies. And with this, I will give the floor to Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Rim. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to be here, to you and to the organizers. I feel like an imposter because you said this is a conference for young economists. I am not an economist, and but right, the reason why I'm here, I guess, is I lead the Reforest project. This is on agroforestry. The aim of the project is to mainstream agroforestry in Europe. The easiest way to understand that land use practice is farming with trees. And what we seek to do is to normalize the integration of trees into European farming landscapes where the trees have been removed for a range of reasons. And this nicely leads to the main focus of the conference, which is regeneration, because what agroforestry does is regenerates the soil. This is one of the outcomes of the practice. And as you all know, I guess farming is important, and this is one of the human endeavors with very fast feedback loop, because if there is an issue with the food supply, and sometimes if there is just a suggestion of an issue with food supply, this feeds into the economy and the decision making fairly quickly. So what we seek to do in Reforest is to make sure that we can continue farming in future where the climate will be different and there will be a variety of different challenges. So, and one of the ways to do this is to integrate trees. So that's where I'll park it for now.
Thank you, Martin. And I must say that we are all honored to have you here with us, although you are not an economist. And this conference, as I mentioned, we're trying really to open a bit the frontiers to other researchers and disciplines. Of course, the core remains economics, because we actually are going to learn from you to integrate in our economics and thinking. And this also will allow us to bridge, and this is a great exercise of bridging the life science in which you are part of, because I remind that Martin is from the Exec University of Life Science in Praga, and also he's in Reading University. So when we started to think about agroforestry many years ago, I didn't have anything to do or to understand about agroforestry, but 4 years after, I understand a lot. And this is a very key sector for our regeneration. And also, it's a very nice sector that could be applied, connecting also the issues regarding climate change, because of course, the more trees we plant, the more carbon we capture, and the more the biodiversity we create. And these are all elements that are regenerative, without even talking about the water, so managing the water. And I read the paper yesterday because I was doing my homework, and there is a very nice paper about the economy of water scarcity. If we do not have water enough and we use it efficiently, then our economic growth will be completely hit. So there is a clear link between what we do in terms of life science, for example, in terms of agroforestry, for example, and economics. So, and I think this is also what we need to do going forward, to develop frameworks that are systemic enough that will allow us to integrate different disciplines and hear from each other, and also integrate the research of each other in our own research from different perspectives. And this is why this collaboration, Martin, is great. And I am we're all happy to have you with us these 3 days. And I hope you'll stay with us 3 days and we don't bore you with our economic models. So with this, I see the screen. If Dr. Hela Said is with us or not yet. She's here.
No, just 1 minute. She will join in 1 minute.
1 minute, perfect. I know Hela, she's super sharp with timing. So that 1 minute will allow me to introduce her. So,
okay.
So our first keynote speaker of this conference, as I mentioned, she's my dear friend Hela Said. And Hela is a distinguished economist, an academic. Above all, she's an economist. And as I mentioned, she is the economic advisor of the president of Egypt, and a role that she assumed in 2024. This follows her tenure as a Minister of Planning and Economic Development from December 2019 to June 2024. So she spent many years in the government, and also Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Administrative Reforms, a very key role in Egypt, from 2017 to 2019. So she has been nominated the Best Arab Minister by the Arab Government Excellence Award in November 2020 for all the great work that she has achieved in Egypt and elsewhere to reform, to economic planning, and also to think the economic policies of Egypt. She was also the chair of the Sovereign Fund of Egypt. Of course, when we do reform, we need a lot of financing, and this is important. And this is also influencing a lot the economic strategy of a country. So she has assumed several important roles. And then she's an academic by you know, since years, and she has been the head of the Cairo University for several years. And as I mentioned, and we are very honored to repeat again that EMANES has been founded by Hala Said and University of Cairo. So I'm very happy to hear you, Hala. I don't know if you are with us. I can't go on and on, but so we are.
Good morning, Reem. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Can you see me or you cannot see me?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
So these
They
are
cannot
the
see me.
technological
Yeah,
advances.
they cannot see me.
Yes, we would like to see you online. Here we have. So. No, I think
ما هو عشان قلت لك انا مش شايفيني لان انا هنا باينه اهو مش شايفيني. ممكن فيو شو فول سكرين. ما انا عاملاها فول سكرين. Can you see me now? No.
Not yet.
Not yet. طب ايه المشكلة؟ اهو كده قفلت الفيديو. Choose video filter, choose video settings اهو. بصي الفيديو اسود. ثانية واحدة سكرين تاني. اهي انا كده فتحناها. طيب شوف مش عارفة I don't want to lose your time. افتحي الايباد لغاية لما I will start talking. I don't want to lose much of your time. So I will start talking until they start fixing the video thing.
Okay, no worries. We are all listening to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, Reem. It's always a pleasure to be among a lot of friends that I really cherish and a lot of colleagues that I do cherish. And I'm always happy to be with the EMANES Annual Conference. Of course, the topic today is the regenerative economies. So, colleagues, esteemed scholars, distinguished colleagues, regeneration begins not with resources, but with imagination. The capacity to envision economies that restore rather than extract, that renew rather than deplete, that build resilience rather than merely optimize efficiency. From Cairo, it's my great pleasure to join you in Barcelona, this magnificent Mediterranean crossroads, to translate imagination into architecture. The question before us has moved from the margins of development discourse to its very center. How do economies regenerate? Not merely sustain, not simply grow, but renew themselves in ways that restore what was depleted and strengthen what was fragile. It is the defining challenge of our generation. Now you see me.
Fantastic. Now we see you. Good to see you.
Lovely seeing you all. The convergence of climate pressures, demographic shifts, technological disruption, and geopolitical realignment demands more than incremental adjustment. It requires us to reimagine the very architecture of economic planning. For decades, development policy operated on a fundamental assumption that economies could expand indefinitely while environmental and social systems absorbed the consequences. Sustainability emerged as a corrective, a framework for minimizing harm, for doing less damage. But sustainability, however necessary, is insufficient. Regeneration represents a deeper ambition. It is a transformation in how we conceive the relationship between economic activity and the systems that support it. We should recognize that fragmented approaches produce fragmented results. Regenerative economics demands that we design systems, not silos. Egypt's reform journey. Let me give you an example about Egypt's reform journey from stabilization to regeneration. Egypt's experience over the past decade offers insights into how regenerative principles can be embedded within national economic planning. Our journey has not been linear, nor has it been without difficulties. It demonstrates what becomes possible when reform is conceived as coherent architecture rather than isolated intervention. In 2016, Egypt initiated a comprehensive economic reform program, and in 2021, we complemented stabilization with a structural adjustment reform program, reimagining the role of the state and creating space for private investment. In October 2022, for the first time, we had the ownership state policy. This emerged from an extensive dialogue with the private sector. It is not a regulatory instrument, but a statement of institutional clarity, where the state should intervene, where the state should withdraw, and where the state should partner with. The results speak in multiple dimensions. By 2024, private financing exceeded public investment in key sectors for the first time. More than 480 million Egyptians now hold transactional accounts, where a decade ago, financial inclusion remained a distant aspiration. But numbers alone do not capture regeneration. What matters is whether growth restores or depletes, whether it concentrates or distributes, whether it builds capacity or it only extracts value. This is where Egypt offers 3 lessons that may resonate beyond our borders. The first lesson is that regeneration must be territorial. Economic planning that concentrates in capital while peripheries language is not regenerative. It is extractive by another name. Egypt Decent Life Initiative that was adopted in 2021 reached almost 4,580 villages across our nation through integrated intervention that addresses infrastructure, services, and economic opportunities simultaneously. The Green Villages program, embedded within the Decent Life, exemplifies territorial regeneration. It responds to real-time environmental challenges while building community capacity to manage land and water resources for the long term. Our 4th generation cities, 17 new urban centers designed with sustainability encoded in their infrastructure, represent another dimension of territorial planning. These are designed communities, incorporated renewable energy, smart transportation, and green spaces as founding principles rather than afterthoughts. The second lesson is that regeneration must be inclusive by design. Between 2016 and 2024, Egypt achieved almost a 295 increase in the financial inclusion rate of women. Today, more than 23 million Egyptian women hold transaction accounts. We have directed over $4.5 billion in developmental financing to gender equality initiatives, reaching more than 27 million women and girls. Our Gender Development Index now stands at 0.895, exceeding the regional average. These figures represent something deeper than access. They represent agency. When rural women entrepreneurs connect to digital platforms, when women lead in fintech and technology sectors, the regenerative effect multiplies through families, through communities, and also through markets. Inclusion is not a social program adjacent to economic policy. It is the mechanism through which regeneration achieves scale. Our third lesson is that regeneration requires institutional coherence. Monetary, fiscal, and structural policies achieve credibility only when they are aligned together. Reforms anchored in a coherent framework yield stability that markets can really trust and investors can build upon. Egypt issued the region's first sovereign green bond and established a sovereign sustainable financing framework, mobilizing multi-source finance across water, food, and energy priorities. These instruments demonstrate that integration and climate resilience are mutually reinforcing. The architecture of trust extends from financial markets to environmental stewardship. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the Mediterranean has always been more than geography. It has been a system of exchange, a cradle of civilization, a bridge between continents. Today, it stands as a natural laboratory for testing whether regenerative principles can guide regional integration. Egypt views its economic and developmental future as deeply interconnected with this region and with the African continent. We also participate actively in the African Continental Free Trade Area. We work to facilitate integration through COMESA and the African Union. Our industrial zones, logistic corridors, and infrastructure investments are designed not merely for domestic mobility, but for regional throughput. Yet financial integration in our region remains incomplete. Banking systems are developed, but cross-border instruments remain limited. Regulatory approaches diverge where they might converge. This is not a story of deficiencies, but it is a story of great potential. The academic and policy sessions that follow will deepen our understanding of these challenges. The research presented over the 3 days will test assumptions, challenge orthodoxies, and eliminate pathways we have not yet considered. But let me offer a concluding thought on what regenerative economics ultimately demand of us. It demands that we measure what matters. Traditional economic indicators tell only part of the story. We must consider how technology adoption affects income distribution, how environmental performance influences economic resilience, and how the quality of our institutions determines whether growth concentrates or regenerates. It demands that we design for integration. The financing gap for sustainable development in most of the developing countries have been estimated at around $3.9 trillion. This will not be closed through fragmented initiatives. It requires coordinated actions that treats economic, social, and environmental objectives as a unified system. Egypt offers not a model to be replicated, but an experience that may be examined. Our reforms demonstrate that regeneration is possible when planning is coherent, when inclusion is intentional, and when institutions earn the trust of those they serve. We remain committed to sharing these lessons and also to learning from your experiences and your lessons. Confidence is the first currency of regeneration. If we preserve it through clarity, through cooperation, through courage, investment will flow, capacity will multiply, and the Mediterranean will not only connect continents, but it will also connect our future. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you for having me once again with this very distinguished audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hella. This very inspiring, and I'm very happy to hear the first word in your speech, which is regeneration requires imagination. And imagination requires creativity. And creativity is one of the pillars of brain capital and brain economy, in which we are trying really to push forward in our economies and elsewhere. And I think without, I would say, rethinking our role or the role of our brain in our societies, it's very difficult to, I would say, to reach this reimagined, regenerative approach for our economies. And thank you for mentioning the three pillars. And I completely agree with you, because, of course, regeneration is not only about a biological system that we would like to apply to our economies, but we need to just think regeneration in our economies. And this is a different thing, because you mentioned territoriality, so territorial, it must be, so that's the basis. Inclusiveness, extremely important, including all the communities. And then institutional quality and coherence. And this is essential, because with these three, we can reach the confidence and trust. And this is how, I would say, investment flows to our economies. And this is how financial integration becomes a lever for regeneration, rather than, as we see nowadays, a huge gap because of our fragmented approaches that we have cherished, in fact, for many years, because each one is under his own frame and trying really to find the solution by themselves. But then working collectively, and this is what I was saying at the beginning today, we need to work collectively, all disciplines together, to try to find these answers that you mentioned. So I have one question to you. You said regeneration needs measurement, a measurement of what matters. So what this means in practice? Does it mean that, for example, we could track all the metrics and then we can act on them instantly through policy innovation? So how policy innovation would help, or I would say would be key into the change that we would like to aspire in terms of regeneration? So this is my first question. So of course, matrix and policy innovation. So this is one. And two, how all of this would lead us to a post-SDG beyond 2030.
Thank you very much, Reem. It's always, as I mentioned, it's always a pleasure to join you here. Well, first, we need to measure policies. We need to have a sort, I always say we cannot plan if we cannot measure, if we cannot see the impact of what we plan. In order to plan properly, you need a proper measurement system that measures the impact of what you develop. Maybe because Egypt is more of a public, used to be a public investment rather than a private investment state. We do a lot of public investment in our development policies, and for the first time, as I mentioned, private investment exceeded, but a good part of what we measure is we measure through the public investment that we do. So having a sort of a lab to measure all your policies and the impact of what you invest is very important. when we decided to make the Haya Karima initiative, the Decent Life initiative, which is one of the biggest developmental projects worldwide. For the first time, we had the multidimensional poverty index. We have the poverty map across Egypt, but for the first time, we had the multidimensional poverty index that measures the quality of service, the quality of education, the quality of the sanitation, the quality of water, people who receive water, quality of healthcare that people receive. For the first time, we had this index. And from this index, we started developing the Decent Life initiative. So we started pouring investment in different villages that we need to upgrade the poverty index in these villages. So you need to innovate different measures. You need to have a proper statistics department or statistics agencies that do this frequent measurement, and you need to have an impact lab that measures the impact of this investment on different areas and different sectors. The issue of the post-SDGs. I know the SDGs, most of the, as when we were in the UN in 2023, I don't know the figures now, but Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that only 17% of the SDGs have been achieved, 54 have been off track, and I don't know, 30-something were deteriorated. I think when we need to put a sort of indicators or aspirations, we need to categorize countries. We cannot have one-size-fits-all development indicators. We need to categorize countries according to their development standards, and accordingly put, I know that the SDGs were ambitious in order to make people aspire and reach the potential of their economies and societies. But you cannot put, when you put extremely high aspirations, you feel you're off track. You do not belong to this community, you know? So you need to divide countries into at least 3 categories, and you start putting the development indicators. You need to develop 2 important things: statistics department inside different countries, because what we used to vary is, and we used to suffer from, is that you cannot compare the statistics of one country to another country, because, for example, when I have my indicators in year 2024, other countries in Africa had their indicators in the recent indicators in 2021. So comparing these indicators were not equivalent. You cannot compare 2023 with 2021, or there are some indicators that they could not even reach or have any type of indicators on. So you need to develop statistics department. These are the cornerstone of development. You need proper statistic department, and you need proper governance. You cannot do that. Data, statistics, and proper governance in order to ensure that you have proper institutions that help you reach your potential. I think if the world decided on the post-2023 on the 3 categories of countries and have to build proper statistics department in these countries and proper governance, I think with the artificial intelligence and with the technology, I think most of us need proper governance for technology, ethics, because technology will affect your health sectors. What about the privacy of data? So you need to regulate, and you need proper governance of, especially when it comes to artificial intelligence and technology.
Thank you very much, Hela. To put also the focus on regulation, obviously with innovation, we need to have appropriate regulation and regulatory framework. And of course, statistics are a cornerstone. We need to measure to be able to assess impact and also to design policies. And the better data quality we have, obviously we can do much more. And this is, we are all struggling to have good data, especially in our region. And hope there is a lot of work to be done in that space. So thank you very much. I don't want to hold you further. That was great, like always, and hopefully to see you in Egypt. I'll be there in 2 weeks.
Maybe in Barcelona, Reem. Why don't you want me to come to Barcelona?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted you to come to Barcelona this week, but hopefully next year.
Yeah, hopefully next year, inshallah.
Yeah, so I'll see you certainly in Cairo. I'll be there.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Merry
Bye, thank you
Christmas
very
and Happy
much.
New Year for everyone. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So I think we have now our coffee break. So we have probably 10 minutes. Or what do we do? 10 minutes, Yagame? Yes, we can. Okay, so 15 minutes coffee break. And then we have our first academic session on territories. And it's quite interesting because Hela mentioned regeneration starts with territories, territorial approach, and it will be shared by Martin. So coffee break.
The the coffee break is outside if you want. We have good small sandwiches and everything outside. We have outside. Yeah, coffee break is outside in the next room, like over there.
Yeah, thank you.
Here, here.
Yeah.
So I added to the lunch break after.
Right.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, now I'm replacing.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yes. You can accept yeah.
What? Yes, they are online. Let's start the session.
Not all of them today. We have one quick request in person.
I know, for the session, online people are already there. Yeah, I sent email.
Daniel, are we okay? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for coming back after your coffee break. So I am chairing the first session on territories. We will have 3 papers. Each of them has a discussant. Also, you will be given space to ask questions after each paper during discussion. So anything interesting, take a note and then do ask afterwards. The first paper in this session is on climate change vulnerability and inequality in Africa. This is presented by Salwa Echarfi, who is online and should be ready. Salwa, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, excellent. All seems to be in order. So you have 20 minutes to give us your presentation. I will give you a little nudge should we get closer to the 20-minute mark.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Well, first of all, I want to I will begin by thanking the organization and the organization of this truly excellent event, and for the opportunity to have my paper included in this discussion. Today, sorry, from camera. Today, I will present my paper about climate vulnerability and within country inequality in Africa. So, right. So, to do so, we will begin by an introduction. We will talk about the objective of this study. We will try to understand how climate change can impact inequality. We'll look at, in general, some empirical studies, our variables, the models found in, and some limitation of the study. So, as we all know, the consequences of climate change are felt all across the planet, be it the increase of the severity of the weather and climate extremes, like heat waves, heavy rains, though in many regions of the world. However, this impact is not felt equally on all the countries. For example, when we look at the loss of GDP per capita, as we can see here, the first countries that feel it are hot countries. Usually those countries are in development and not developed countries. Also, at the estimate of the World Bank, there will be between 68 and 135 million additional people that could be pushed into poverty. This leads us to ask the question, how can climate change impact inequality? However, instead of looking at between country inequality, we will be focusing at within country inequality with a focus on Africa, a continent with low emission that hosts the majority of the world's poorest countries. Also in this study, instead of using precipitation and temperature, we'll be using the vulnerability index computed by Notre Dame University in the United States. So, first of all, we need to understand how climate change can impact inequality. Islam and Wickles, in their paper in 2017, explained just that. They found 3 main mechanisms. First of all, increased exposure to climate risk. For poor population often live in the most vulnerable areas and work in high-risk occupation, like agriculture or working outdoor. Second of all, they have a high susceptibility to damages, like the fragile housing that leads to more severe damages during floods or storms. And the third point is their reduced capacity to cope and recover because of their limited resources or the lack of insurance. This results in the lasting economic losses. They also found 2 transmission channels. First is an economic one, which means the reduction of their private resources available. because if in unequal societies, low-income individuals have fewer assets, are more vulnerable to climate hazards, so less able to recover afterwards. The second role is the political one. Here, the effects are not through the economy, but through institutions and public policies. They stated that in unequal societies, advanced groups can dominate policy making, which they can shape in their favor. As the result, they can allocate more public resources to protect themselves against climate hazards. For the empirical study, the study climate change and inequality, and within country inequality, they can be regrouped into two groups. The first and the majority that worked on panel data. And the second, they worked in just one country, and they used micro data. All the study, the most of them have found that climate change increases within country inequality. However, for the countries that studied in the panel, after studying all their panels, they regrouped developed and developing countries. And they found that this effect is stronger in developing countries, with agriculture the main channel, because of lower yield, rural job losses, and food prices volatility. They also found targeted climate policies that take into consideration inequality can reduce these effects. So for our variables, first of all, we will be using the Notre Dame Gain vulnerability index. In this index, they use a lot of variables to compute by looking by exposure, sensitivity, adaptive capacity of 6 sectors. We have food, water, health, ecosystem, human habitat, and infrastructure. Here we have 2 maps, vulnerability in 1995 and in 2021. As we can see, African countries are highly vulnerable to climate change, and this impact did not decrease from 1995 and to 2022, even if other countries like in Europe did see their vulnerability decrease. Here in our sample, we found that in 2021, there are some countries like Somalia, Niger, and Chad that had high vulnerability score. However, some countries like Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco had relatively lower scores. For inequality, here we will be looking at revenue inequality. We will be looking at the share of the 10 and the top 10 and the bottom 15. Here, just to look at all Africa in average, we can see that the top 10% holds 54% of total income. The middle class, or the 40%, the middle 40, holds 37% of income, and the bottom 50 holds only 9% of total income. For the share of the top 10, if we look at 2000 and 2021, we can see in Africa there are some countries like Morocco that did not see this top 10%, the revenue of held by the top 10% decrease. It stayed at 49%. There are some countries like Guinea that did see a decrease from 52% in 2000 to 38% in 2021. In other countries like South Africa that did see this rate increase from 56% to 65%. Here for our variable, we will use the ratio of the top 10% and bottom 50%. As we can see in this graph, we have in 2021, there are countries like Mauritania that had the lowest inequality in Africa with a ratio of 7.39, while other like the Mozambique and Zambia that had the highest with the ratio of 32 and 35. Here for our model, we'll be building on existing literature, and we want to study the impact of climate vulnerability on inequality using a panel of 43 African countries from 1995 to 2021, with, of course, our control variable. When we did our test, we found that we cannot use here the OLS because of heteroscedasticity and autocorrelation. We will be using the feasible generalized least squared. Here we have our first model. After that, we want to see the interaction between vulnerability and the quality of institution and how this can impact inequality. And the third model will be the impact of the interaction between vulnerability and employment in agriculture. For our results, we have model number 1, 2, and 3. For the model number 1, we can see the coefficient is positive and significant, which means the vulnerability positively impacts inequality. We did the same model with the components of the vulnerability, the 6 sectors I discussed earlier. And here we found the 2 main sectors that impacts inequality are the health and food, especially food. We also, given that we in our ratio we have the 10% and the bottom 40, we wanted to look also at the middle class or the middle 40%. And we found that climate vulnerability also impact negatively the middle class income. For the 2 other models, we found that the interaction between climate vulnerability and unemployment in the agriculture sector is positive and significant. This means that the agricultural households are more likely to experience income losses due to climate change. However, the interaction between vulnerability and the institutional quality was positive and significant. This suggests that in African countries, the combined effects of climate vulnerability and institutional quality increases income inequality, which means that institutional quality does not help in our sample mitigate the negative impact of climate change on income inequality. Here, when we were looking at our data, we tried to fix 2021 and see the correlation between our vulnerability and income inequality. We found that it's significant, but it's really small. However, we tried to do the same thing by looking at countries with inequality less than the median and countries with inequality more than the median. For the countries with inequality less than the median, we found that the correlation was positive and significant. However, for the countries with inequality more than the median, it was insignificant. We tried to look at those countries and we found that the majority of them were in Southern Africa. So we did the same study on Southern Africa. The first thing we found is that the vulnerability has a positive impact on inequality. However, here, the coefficient was more than 10 times larger than all our 43 panel study. This can be explained by the already high level of inequality in Southern Africa and countries in Southern Africa. This already high inequality with higher vulnerability further widens the gap between the top 10 and the bottom 50. We also have found that interaction between vulnerability and institutional quality was positive and significant, which also indicate that the institutional quality increases inequality in our sample. Similarly, the interaction between vulnerability and agricultural employment were also positive and significant in our study. So to conclude, we found that climate vulnerability increases inequality in Africa, with the poorest population being and those dependent on agriculture being the more affected. We also have found that weak institution in our sample was unable to reduce this distributional effects. So we concluded by saying that climate policies must explicitly address inequality in their analysis. However, there are a lot of limitations for this study. From our knowledge, this is the first study that studied just Africa. First of all, the econometric model, when we used it at Southern Africa, was not suitable. It's not suitable for a subgroup of countries. We also did not take into consideration initial inequality in our model. So after that, we need to use maybe GMM models if possible. There is also a sustainable heterogeneity within our sample. So future work could also focus on maybe a region or a country. And we also came with the same conclusion, like a lot of other works have been done, is that exploring macro level data is what will allow us to have more detailed and granular analysis. Also for future research, maybe examining the impact of not just climate change, but the impact of climate change policies on income inequality will be really important. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Salwa. Thank you for keeping to time. We have a discussant, Bushra, who should be able to give us some comments on your paper. If we can switch to the discussant, please. Hello?
Hello, Professor. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, of course.
So, hello, everyone. I am very happy to be present with you today and to discuss such a great paper. First of all, I would like to congratulate the author for addressing a topic that is extremely relevant for Africa. How climate vulnerability shapes income inequality. The study covered 43 African countries from 1995 to 2021, and it used the Indigane index to capture climate vulnerability in a multidimensional way through food, water, and infrastructure and ecosystem challenges. The main result is very clear here. As climate vulnerability increases, income inequality rise. The paper also shows that this effect becomes stronger when two factors are present: a higher shape of agricultural employment and weak institutional quality. These are a very special finding because they highlight how the poorest groups, especially rural old houses, are the most exposed and the least protected. The analysis also on Southern Africa, particularly shaking, showing that the vulnerability increases inequality even more strongly in highly unequal societies. This paper is well structured and offers strong empirical evidence. I really appreciate the decomposition of vulnerability comment, the decomposition of vulnerability comment, which shows that food and health vulnerability are the largest contributor to inequality. This is a key message for our policymakers. So for me, I would like to share three suggestions for future improvements. First, it would be helpful to clarify more explicitly the mechanism linking each Indigane commitment to inequality. Second, since endogeneity can be an issue, in distributional studies, complementary methods such as JMM, as you just mentioned, or instrumental variables could strengthen the robustness. Third, the conclusion could integrate also most concrete examples of Africa adaptation strategies that successfully reduce inequality. So overall, this paper is an important contribution to the literature on climate justice in Africa. It reminds us that the climate change, it's not only an environmental challenges, but also a major driver of social inequality. I would like to congratulate the author once again for this valuable work, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Bushra. There were some valuable comments in there and a feed forward to improving the study. Thank you for that. Are there any questions anybody wants to ask? Salwa? Yes?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bushra and Salwa. Salwa, I have a couple of questions for you. In the selection of the Indigane Vulnerability Index, obviously the selection of the index is an important piece of the work. And as you surely know, vulnerable countries are currently in the process of also determining collectively what would be that index for them, because it's often the case that, or at least this is the perception of vulnerable countries, that these indices involvement. So if you can give us a little bit of a sense of the reasons behind your choice of the Indigane Vulnerability Index, and if you also explored other options. And then in terms of the future research directions, I found the research really compelling. I would also suggest, because the focus here is really on the adaptation side of climate change, I think an important question for developing countries, particularly those that rely on fossil fuels to ensure the energy security of their populations. An important question would also be, what would potential climate change mitigation policies, how would they affect inequalities within countries as well? I know this is very much outside of the scope of your paper, but I think it's the other side of the coin and would really would complement our understanding of the broader impacts of climate change, both from adaptation and mitigation perspective and on inequalities. Thanks again and Mabrouk.
Yeah, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. I thought we should.
Yes, Salva, would you like
Yes.
to answer the question or the questions rather?
Yeah, okay. For the Notre Dame gain, I try to use the index because I found it quite interesting because it's measured. We have 6 sectors. We have exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. This make it more. I can see more why. How can try to understand how can climate change impact inequality more than just using temperature and precipitation. I did in the same study. I did use just precipitation and in temperature instead of vulnerability index, and did the same analysis with the same models. I have done the same thing over again, and the thing that I've found interesting is that for precipitation and temperature, the coefficient was really slow. Really low, sorry, was really low. This made me come to a conclusion that just using precipitation and temperature did not show the same. Did not show. Did maybe make me think that it will take a lot of time for climate change to impact inequality. However, when using vulnerability and here there are quite a lot of interesting variable used, this coefficient becomes quite big. This made me think that this coefficient was really interesting, and also because we found that the sectors like food and health did show quite a significant impact, also come to a good conclusion for the study. For the future, for the climate policies, yes, I do think it's a really good for future research. I am thinking of using this idea afterward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ivan, next question.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I really enjoy listening it. I just have a few comments. So one is about your model specification. I was wondering, how did you mitigate potential endogeneity issues, such as omitted variable bias or the potential reverse causality? And if you have considered using a dynamic panel data specification to capture the potential dynamic behavior of the variables. And another comment is about the policy implications. So we briefly mentioned it at the end of your presentation, but I was wondering if you could tell us more about what concrete and actionable policy recommendation can be made based on the results of your paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the model specification, I try to, because the Notre Dame gain use a lot of variables, I try to use as many as possible because there is also the multicollinearity problem here. So those variables I use were the maximum I could use in this study. However, for the dynamic panel data, I did not include it in this study, but maybe I did use, I did do the analysis afterward. I did do the model, but I did not include it in this study, in the same study. However, it is something I will use afterwards, but not in this paper. For the policy implication, I did not go for into details here because the subject here was more of the subject of the main focus of this paper was more of an introduction and shedding light of the African continent. What it is important to focus maybe just on the African continent and not use developing countries as a whole for example in studies.
Thank you. Yeah, one more question, but
Quick. Thank you for the paper. Very good. My question is also aligned with Ivan on the reverse causality. I think it would be good in your paper to make some robustness and make it clear. So that really enhances the value of the paper. My second question is, you're talking about Africa. Africa is not a homogeneous group. Some countries, they are subjected to human destruction and conflict. And this is really impacting to a certain extent the vulnerability of them. So you see, it becomes, those countries are much more vulnerable than others. So is there a way to group them or to take them out, the ones that experience conflict, to take them out and see check if your results are still robust? I know that the number of observations will go down, but then this is an important robustness check that you need to look at. Because you see, when you have a double effect of conflict, destruction, and then climate, the vulnerability, then of course the impact will become much, much difficult to know if it is due to climate or due to the impact of destruction or conflicts and any other similar violence that Africa is subjected to.
So for the robustness, I did do the same study, but for just sample of countries, I did regroup them in robustness. The coefficient did go down for the vulnerability. However, it was significant. So that's one thing. For the robustness, I also, instead of using the ratio, I did use the Gini index. I did the same study on developed countries, and it was not significant. So I came to conclusion that it's just for developing countries. And yeah, that was, I think. Yeah, I think this is.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for your excellent contribution. We move to the second paper, which is on economic valorization of natural capital. And the paper will be presented by Kate Drami. I can see Kate is already on the screen, so take it away.
Thank you, and apologies for not being present there, but due to some logistical nightmares, I would say, I was unable to make it there. I will be present tomorrow, but this is part of the unpredictability that we are talking about when dealing with climate change, or else. So a few words about myself. I am Kate Drami. I am a territorial governance expert at COPLAN, based in Albania. COPLAN is a small NGO, which is also a research institute, and this is a process that I have started back in 2022 with a colleague. Now she is working in GIZ. And this was some preliminary findings of a research work that was conducted through a Horizon project, and through the Crossrise project, we are now disseminating and capitalizing on some of the findings. Talking about economic valorization of natural capital, then I understand that this is quite a delicate situation, because throughout our policy recommendations, we are trying to not make the use of accounting or system accounting in the pejorative way. Anyhow, I will try to tell a story of why we can use this typology of method in a positive way by asking ourselves a question: what is the value of our wetland ecosystems, not only in Albania, but also throughout the whole Mediterranean? And in reality, it translates into more or less how much does the loss of our wetland ecosystems cost. And this I will exemplify through the Cunevaini Lagoon case, which is one of the first areas that was selected for biodiversity protection and protected areas in Albania. Of course, throughout the whole Mediterranean, we are the wetland ecosystems and the lagoon ecosystems are facing more or less the same challenges. Climate change is the core one because of the increase in temperatures. Most of our wetlands are facing increased salinity, and this is disrupting the biodiversity that they are supporting. Then we have current issues of sea level rise, flooding, not only because of the critical infrastructure not being properly maintained, which is the case of some of the Western Balkan countries, but also because of the general sea level rise up to 61 centimeters that is foreseen by 2100. And also, of course, extreme weather conditions and the unpredictability of extreme weather events also supplies this issue. We have a robust land use changes caused by rapid urbanization, by strategic investments, the responsibility of communities that are living close to these areas that is lacking the environmental approach, and then, of course, the big elephant in the room, the touristic sector. But we are facing also a lot of water pollution and the potential of flood pollution, because wastewater disposal is always occurring in wetlands, not only from water supply, but of household supply, but also because of agricultural sewages. And lastly, in the tendency of biodiversity loss is seen in the homogenization of species, a decreased quantity of fish species, bird species, and so on. So just a few words about this lagoon. It is one of the first lagoons that was assigned as protected area in Albania, with very, very rich species in vegetation, in herbal plants, in amphibia, mammals, aquatic fauna, and corally mainly birds, both migratory and residents. And it is one of the biggest also areas that are as such typology in Albania. It is visited by many tourists yearly, and in recent years, the management plan of the protected area was expired, and the regional administration of protected area was starting to start a new process of developing such a plan. So this research was supporting this administration to develop more evidence-based and observation-based approach to management. What we do with this research is that we try to quantify 4 out of 5, let's say, key ecosystem services: flood mitigation, water purification, carbon storage and carbon sequestration from the flora and the aquatic area of the lagoon, and fish production. We did this because of the lack of and the scarcity of data. We did this through a participatory approach, and we piloted citizen science, making communities be part of both the research question, research development, and of course the result generation. And then we created some natural capital evidence to support both some solutions and also some climate resilient planning that would be embedded within the new management plan for the area. And here you can see the slight shifts of the Cunevaini Lagoon and its different management areas throughout time, where there is evident a loss of the natural forest, pine forest there, and also the shifting regime of the hydrological aspects. We are mapping and assessing assistance services because we believe that this type of approach is that was established since 2006, and even further will actually develop a robust knowledge base to assess and to estimate the purpose and the values of these habitats for humanity. So it is quite an anthropocentric approach, but we believe that it has the power to be a very strong policy-driven approach. We're mapping 5 ecosystem services within this research, but I will show only for the 4 first ones, because for the recreational cultural service, we are now producing another research paper that is based only on the touristic activities. So the first one is the CO2 sequestration and storage service. So one of the core regulatory activities and services of the lagoon, how much CO2 is stored from the wetland, from the forest, from the soil, and from the water vegetation. Secondly, we will be observing the sewage and agricultural water drainage treatment service. So how much and what is the role of the lagoon in reducing water contamination and dispersing the water pollution. Thirdly, we also assess the most productive activity of the lagoon, which is fishing. And we are estimating the market value of the fish that is produced by the lagoon and how it has changed through time. And lastly, we also mapped and assessed the flood protection service. So the role that the lagoon plays in mitigating the floods and from both storm surges and high tides. And then we summarized all these in a total economic value of the lagoon. A few words about the community engagement approach. We tried to not keep it merely as participation, but also to scale it up and to include citizens in the thorough research process, to make them also build more trust and make them also understand that this process would be more valuable for them once the new management plan of the lagoon is restored, and some of the proposals of nature-based solutions will actually be implemented. So they were part of the creation and refinement of project design, and the conduction of what we would call scientific experiment is actually some scenario development that we produced, and then of course to interpret the results and the data and to be fully informed about the costs and the cost of the loss of the ecosystem services and their impact on these actual results. Of course, it was not easy. We were able to communicate it to include throughout a more than 1 year process different pillars of the quadruple helix from communities, local communities of around 100 households that were living inside the lagoon, the protected area. We understood that building trust with them took a lot of time, and you need to find always a community representative that also serves as support for other neighbors. And also you have to show up day by day to see that you are serious with your work. Then at governance level, we were working both with the regional administration that has the direct responsibility to manage the lagoon and to implement the new management plan, but also at national level. And we see different, like a mixed level of approaches. The regional administration was not having any scientific evidence up until that point in management. So this was quite a novel approach for them. But there is a lot of top-down influence for strategic investments within these types of ecosystems, and the regional administration does not really have a strong voice in protecting the environment. We engaged also academic institutions to support the work that should be done in the field with the students, volunteers, and so on. And also we engaged with the industry in the area, which is quite small, especially related to fishermen and also some small restaurants. And we had to do everything from scratch. All forest cadastres were outdated and only in a physical way. We had to digitalize the land use. We had to do some participatory flood mapping. And also we did some, of course, sketching and water sampling in some key areas to understand the water pollution. So these are the research results that I will present now. For the first component, carbon sequestration, we measured forest biomass, CO2 sequestration, soil sequestration, CO2 sequestration, and aquatic plants sequestration. The two second ones were designed through the RES platform because we do not have any, we could not measure in field the forest lagoon sequestration, but for the pine forest, heterogeneous and homogeneous forests, we did a sampling method assessment. And what we understand is that, as it is also suggested by abundant literature, the value of CO2 storage for these ecosystems is quite large, and it can be compared to 230 million euros per year if the CO2 was market value. This is not something that is supported by local initiatives, because we see that people's behavior towards the environment, both aquatic and mainly the forest environment, is quite degenerating. We've through a survey, a very thorough survey, we found out that the forest had degenerated a lot throughout the last 4 to 5 years. And the behavior of people, attitude of people towards protecting both the forest and the lagoon ecosystem was not very high. In relation to the water treatment service, we were able to map out the dilution and distribution of pollutants throughout the water discharge areas within the lagoon and the discharge areas from the lagoon to the Adriatic Sea. And all these data was showing us the flow of pollution and the retainment of pollution from the lagoons. And we found that there was quite a lot of relatively good dispersion of the lagoon, with the exception of ammonium that was more consolidated into some parts of the lagoon, and the presence of lead, which was very disturbing. And we mapped it and discovered it was from industry that was polluting outside of the borders of the municipality. Most of the pollutants come from agricultural use, but there is also a lot of pollutants that come from wastewater or the lack of wastewater treatment at household level. And even in this service, we understand that the people are not really aware of the damage that they are causing. The households are not aware, and they are causing a lot of eutrophication in the lagoons ecosystem. There is a lot of extinct plant species, and there is an observable decrease in the amount of fresh fish in the lagoon. But most importantly, most of the residents are extracting water from the same area, and these aquifers have the potential to be polluted if there are not measures taken for the depollution of the lagoon water. Now, when talking about flood mitigation, we were able to discover through both bathymetric mapping of the lagoon soil, and as well as through participatory flood mapping, which was the most level of flood that could be contained by the lagoon if in case there was a drastic, let's say, tsunami, which is not very common for the Adriatic, but a drastic weather event. And we found that the average damages, economic damages from similar flooding had been around 1.5 million, let's say, in a total for the communities living close to the lagoon. And this would entail a total of 19 million cubic meters of water retained by the lagoon.
Kate, sorry for jumping in. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, okay. For fish production, we see that there is quite a lot of change, both in typologies of fish as well as in quantities. The quantities have increased, but they were more used up by the crab, which is an invasive species. So this means that the total service production for fish and the quality of service production has decreased with time. And this also exemplifies this. And in the end, we were able to actually have a cost of each of these services, so a number for each of the services, culminating to a total value of the up until the year 2030 of the lagoon for 147 billion euros. Of course, we encourage integration of ecosystem services into regional planning and decision-making because we see that this is a very powerful tool for both good advanced policymaking, but also for having a more participatory and more knowledgeable societies. Of course, in terms of wetland restoration, it is important to restore degraded wetland areas and expand the reed bed and vegetation covers. For pollution control, it is absolutely important to reduce agricultural runoff and improve wastewater treatment, especially in protected areas. And it is important for socio-economic dimensions to diversify livelihoods beyond, crab-dominated fisheries or all the fishery production employment. So thank you very much. And I am very open to any question or suggestion that you might have.
Thank you, Kate. We go to Salwa for the discussion.
Yes, thank you. So, first of all, I want to thank the author and for this really interesting paper, even though it's more ecological, maybe natural capital oriented than a classical economic paper. Because they assess quite interesting services, ecosystem services. They use participation analysis and science method. However, I have some two main points. First of all is the data. They stated they use over 100 household surveys. However, I didn't see in the whole paper how those households were selected. The sample, was it representative? How many households exist in the affected area to begin with when they selected the 100 households? So it will be helpful to include that. The second one is for the fishery. They interviewed 7 people, 3 local fishery, 1 with the collection point, 1 with the regional fishery inspector, and 2 with fishery traders. Then they ask them every month questions from. So for that, they try to compare 2009, 2021, 2024. However, here for the data of 2009, this fishery data will rely on recall, so not official records. So it will be helpful to explain how these recalled quantities maybe were validated. Especially since there is a comparison between 2009, 2021, 2024. The second point is the results. They found some results, but not explained why. First of all, is the invasive blue crab. So there is a dramatic rise in blue crab from if we compare 2009 and to 2024. However, why is that? Is it because of the intense fishing pressure, because of climate change, because of the people? And the same thing for the phosphate problem. They found that there is an increase in the phosphate problem. However, they did not discuss the underlying drivers. So is it external loading? And the last point is the interpretation and policy implication. So here, for example, they found that flood mitigation can be quantified around 14 million cubic meters of storage. So they quantified that a household typically incur several thousand euros of damage during flood. However, it will be interesting to provide an economic evaluation of the avoided damages. Maybe even an approximate monetary will be. Maybe will make the policy implication much stronger. And thank you.
Thank you.
Earlier, I forgot to say, sorry. Yes, Kate,
Do I respond now or?
if you wish.
Yes. So thank you very much. All the comments are very valid. Actually, I think this was one of the more drawbacks from this research because it's part of the bigger research. So I did not really explain and put in the paper the household methodologies that we engaged. So we did do a survey. It was a census because all the houses that are present in the lagoon were asked, but this was part of a different research that we are working on, research paper that we are working on. That's why I did not explain in detail. It relates to the fish production, as we understand by the local communities and the fishermen, the 7 participants that we were able to address are actually quite representative because in the area there are only 2 fishermen subjects that are certified. So, and the other 5 were representatives from institutions or the businesses that are within the area that are very small number of them. And the invasive crab species is supposed to be one of the species that is actually quite damaging. And there has not been anything in the last 10 years to diminish their presence. But it is something that is not really related to the pollution itself, but the lower number of eels, for example, is related to the pollution. And then for the flood mitigation, when we did the final assessment, we compared it to the what would be the replacement cost. So if the lagoon would not be there, what would be the cost of designing a infrastructure that is keeping this type of flooding and preventing it to go to the communities? And this was assessed at close to 140 million euros. It is in my last slide, but maybe it was the problem of summarizing it in the paper. Thank you.
Okay, hello, thank you, Yet. And my first comment, I liked your paper very much, but my first comment is also linked with the first point Salva mentioned that has to do mainly with the sample techniques that has been used to gather the data of the people's perception. That's something that brings robust information to the data gathering. The social methodology is as important as any other, to mention as any other community variable that basically gives robust structure to the paper. And the second comment has to do with when you mentioned the community engagement. What's the methodology approach that you've used in order to engage the community? What have you done in terms not only of actions, but of techniques? How did you approach? You had conversations, you had focus groups, you had what's been done on that end. Because what's done on that end is really interlinked to the policies that you are going to be proposing afterwards. Thank you.
Yes, so there were different steps of interaction with the communities. The first one was to pre-identify and to have some interviews in order to understand how we could design the survey, the household survey, and what type of data we could extract from them. It was both data that was supposed to support the lack of data that we had in terms of physical characteristics of the lagoon, but also perceptions. And so we did a series of, let's say, interviews with representatives. Then we did the household survey, and within the household survey, where we interviewed 100 household representatives, we asked them to identify themselves if they wanted, as citizen scientists. So they were able to to disclose their number and their willingness. After that, we engaged these people who were who expressed their willingness to participate. We engaged them in a series of trainings and focus groups. Trainings were more easy in nature, but we were discussing about climate change issues, about pollution issues, and so on. And some of them were also engaged when we were doing the field survey to map out the pine forest and to also collect the water samples. But it was more voluntary basis, just because they were people who knew the territory very well. After that, we did, after we produced the finding, we did some rounds of roundtables where some community representatives were there, but it was mostly with the regional administration and the ministry. And lastly, we did let's say post-survey survey, where we try to understand if the findings that they were presented did actually change their perception and their knowledge about the territory. More or less, this is what we had done in the course of a year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kate. In the interest of keeping into time, I will not ask for more questions. I forgot to say earlier, for the people online, if you have a question, pop it into the chat. We can pick it up. I just have a comment, Kate. I was looking at your final slide, and your valuation for the ecosystem services was 150 billion euros.
Yeah,
yes. I think this may be tad optimistic. It may be several orders of magnitude out compared to other studies I have seen. So just by eye, I think some of the value or some of the methodology, you may want to check it, because just looking at the carbon stocks, I think there was a problem of stocks and fluxes. The fluxes would be tons of CO2 per year. The stocks would be just in tons. And I think there is some double valuation somewhere in there. So having said that, we can move to the last paper, which we go back to Bushra, who will present her paper on sustainability to regeneration. It's about green hydrogen. And then we'll go back to Kate, who is the discussant for that paper.
So hello everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity that you give me to present this communication titled From Sustainability to Regeneration, Green Hydrogen, a Level of Logistical and Territorial Resilience in the Euro-Mediterranean Area. Please, is it the camera on? Because I forgot in the discussion to open my camera.
Yes, we can see both you and the presentation, so you're good to go.
Thank you. So we are going to start with this table of content where I will present the context and the conceptual framework, then methodology, results analysis, and conclusion. So for the context, first, recent logistical crises, just like Suez Canal blockage, showed that global supply chain are very vulnerable. Second, Europe is restricting in energy system and creating new hydrogen corridors to reduce dependence on fossil fuels. Third, green hydrogen is now a global priority for climate goals and energy security. Finally, Mediterranean countries have strong renewable potential to logistics capability, which open a lot of opportunities to future hydrogen value chain. For our main question, it's how can green hydrogen become a lever from logistical resilience and territorial regeneration in the Euro-Mediterranean? Here we are some three objectives that we present. First of all, is to map the scientific evolution of the field between 2010 and 2025. The second is to identify thematic cluster linking technology, logistics, and territorial dynamics. The third one is to propose a model of territorial regeneration resilience. So for our framework includes three key concepts. First, it's green hydrogen, which present a disruptive technology that can reshape energy system. Second, it's logistical resilience. It refers to the ability of a supply chain to absorb disruption and adapt. The last one is territorial regeneration, which refers to restoring and improving ecological, economic, and social system. Together, these three concepts help us to understand the hydrogen in more than just an energy source. It becomes a drive territorial change. For our methodology, we use a mixed approach in the study. First, we conduct a bibliometric analysis and using bibliometrics and RStudio. For this step, we worked with a total of 485 articles. Then from this large group, we selected 38 key articles from the narrative review. These articles were chosen because of their strong theoretical contribution and their relevance to our topic. So here for our bibliometrics results. So here we see the evolution of publication from 2010 to 2025, which research grows slowly until 2017, then increase quickly after 2018. This show a shift from technology-focused studies to more systemic studies, including governance and territory. This map shows also the international collaboration. We see strong networks between Europe, China, and the United States. They are also new links in the Euro-Mediterranean regions. On this slide, I show how the scientific vocabulary has evolved over time. The co-occurrence map and the snaky diagram both relieve a clear shift in the literature. At the beginning, most keywords were mainly technological, focusing on the topics such as electrolysis and efficiency. But with time, the keywords expand toward broader systemic themes such as transitions, governance, resilience, and territorial development. This evolution shows that the field is becoming more mature. It's moving from purely technological perspective to more integration approach that include logistics, territorial issues, and governance. Both visions help us to understand how research has progressed toward a more holistic vision of green hydrogen and resilience. Here I present the most influential journals in our bibliometric analysis. We can say that the top sources are mainly energy and engineering-oriented journals, such as International Journal of Hydrogen Energy, Applied Energy and Energy Conversions and Management. This confirmed that at the beginning, the field had strong technological orientation. However, we also observed the presence of more interdisciplinary journals such as renewable, sustainable energy reviews, energy policy, the Journal of Clean Production. This indicators a shift toward broader themes, including governance, sustainability, and territorial dynamics. Overall, this transition shows that the research field is becoming more diverse and more connected to systemic and territorial concerns. For our narrative results, here I present how the scientific understanding of green hydrogen has evolved over time. For the Level 1, from 2010 to 2017, focuses on hydrogen mainly as a technological vector. Most studies are concentrated on electrolyzers, efficiency, and costs, with limited attention to logistics and territorial aspects. The vision was most engineering driven. The second level, between 2018 to 2020, marks a shift toward transition system. Here, after the Conference of Paris 21, hydrogen becomes connected to energy planning, governance, supply chain security. We also see the rise of the concept of infrastructure resilience. The last level, from 2020 to 2025, shows hydrogen as a territorial catalyst. Research highlight circularity, local value creation, and the development of hydrogen hubs. Resilience can more adapt and regenerative, and the hydrogen starts shaping new territorial resilience. Overall, these three levels instruct how research move from a purely technological view to a border system and territorial perspective. For this illustrates how green hydrogen generates a system transformation by simultaneously influencing three interconnected domains. First, it's technology, logistics, and territory. Technology drives advancement in electrolysis, storage, and integration with renewable energy, creating the technological foundation of hydrogen deployment. Logistics is reshaped through new infrastructure, for example, ports, hubs, green corridors, model supply chain that secure the flow, storage, and distribution of hydrogen across regions. Territorially mobilized local research and capabilities enable the emergence of industrial clusters and low carbon ecosystem. When these three domain interests, they produce a systemic impact. Hydrogen become more than a technological object. It become a coordinating force that restructured value chains, infrastructures, and territorial dynamics. This systemic effect strengthens resilient system characterized by flexibility, modularity, and digitalization, allowing supply chains and territory to adapt, anticipate disruptions, and mainly continue. For this slide, where I present the Moroccan Center rules, strategy, green hydrogen hubs. Here, Morocco is developing strong potential in green hydrogen production, thanks to its renewable research and emerging industry projects. The country is also well positioned for export routes toward Europe, supported by infrastructure such as Tangimed. Finally, projects like the green hydrogen and ammonia development in the Dakhla show Morocco's contribution to future trans-Mediterranean energy corridors. Overall, Morocco is becoming a strategy hub in the development of green hydrogen across the regions. Here, I present the main hydrogen corridors that are currently being developed in the Euro-Mediterranean regions. The green allows represent possible export routes for hydrogen, green hydrogen from Morocco. These routes include connections from Morocco to Spain, to Italy, and to Eastern Mediterranean, including Jordan. These corridors symbolize several impact elements. First, new cross-border energy projects. Second, future transport infrastructures such as pipelines, ammonia shipping routes, and HVDC lines. And third, the development of strategic energy partnerships between the two regions. This will be overall, these emerging corridors show how green hydrogen can strengthen regional integration and energy collaboration. Here I highlight the growing cooperation between Europe and the Mediterranean regions. Countries such as Spain and Italy are showing more interest in securing their energy supply, especially after the gas crisis of 2021 to 2022. At the same time, Morocco now is integrated into the REPowerEU strategy. Morocco has also launched a national green hydrogen office aiming to cover 4% of global hydrogen demand by 2013, which encouraged Europe to import green hydrogen from North Africa. Together, these elements illustrate a shift toward more integrated and interconnected regions' energy system. So here I also present some key capabilities involved in green hydrogen development. Even though the image shows cooperation flow, we highlight three main elements. First, it's technological capability, introduction in industrial financing, and energy governance. This element exists in different regions, and they show the importance of working together. Collaboration between the North and the South helps combine these strengths and support the development of efficient and integrated green hydrogen systems. On this slide, I present our conceptual model of territorial regeneration resilience. The model shows a circular process with four main elements. It starts with technological innovation, which introduce new capabilities and new ways of producing and managing energy. This innovation supports territorial cooperation, where regions share research, build partnerships, and develop common projects. Cooperation then contributes to research in regeneration, helping territorials create a new ecosystem, research local assets, and adapt circular practices. Finally, this led into new regions' competitiveness, where territorial become stronger, more attractive, and better prepared for future challenges. The circle then continues showing how these elements will force each other over time. In conclusion, our study shows that green hydrogen acts as a systemic level linking technology, logistics, and territorial transformation. It highlights Morocco's strategy's roles in the Euro-Mediterranean regions and the importance of cooperation for balanced development. Overall, we proposed a regenerative view of territorial resilience, which emerged green hydrogen value chain. To finish, here are the main limitations and perspectives of our study. The limitations include the restricted period of analysis, the lack of primary empirical data, and the theoretical nature of conceptual model. There are also many challenges linked to data differences between the regions and limited attention to social political demonstration. As for future research, we suggest integrating more drivers, data sources, conducting field investigation, and testing the model through mixed methodology. It's also important to explore North and South equity, the role of AI in digitalization in resilience, and the social impact of green hydrogen. Thank you very much. for
I think there is no audio in the room, but I can proceed with a small discussion. Thank you very much for this insightful and ambitious paper. I think that it is quite timely to start discussing about these aspects that also are on the forefront of the conference, how we move from sustainability, which often means doing less harm, to regeneration, proper regeneration. Your paper does argue that green hydrogen can become a catalyst for this shift, and you have combined quite a lot of bibliometric trends with conceptual analysis to show this, to foster this scientific debate. I think that some of the strengths of the paper are the fact that you are mapping a genuine epistemological shift. So you are showing through the research that the research components have shifted from low electrolyzers work to how hydrogen reshapes the governance of territories. And this mirrors what we see in the wider sustainability science community as just transition, circular territorial development, and the interest in transformative innovation systems. Of course, it is also a strong component that you are linking logistics with territorial governance to some degree. You are taking into account the local, let's say, conditions, but also in a quite persuasive way. And of course, the argument on Euro-Mediterranean asymmetries was also tackled. So if we have the case of Morocco, where the energy was exported but struggled to fully industrialize, then in Tunisia, the renewable energy production was done, but attracted limited value downstream. So I have only 2 points for reflection. Firstly, how do we measure regeneration according to you? So you distinguish between resistance, adaptation, and regeneration, but what would the indicators be to actually to be used by territorial actors? And then do you feel that hydrogen is inherently regenerative, or is regeneration sometimes determined by governance factors? Thank you.
So thank you very much for this comment and for your question. Yes, our presentation, it's a little bit too optimistic. Here, green hydrogen goes further than sustainability because it doesn't just reduce impact, it creates new territorial value. It builds local industries, support circular systems, and strength infrastructure. The territory doesn't only stay stable, it becomes stronger, more productive, and more resilient. This is why we think that the green hydrogen as a green energy can also enhance this regeneration in Africa.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you both. Any questions in the audience? Yes.
That you had around COP21 triggering systemic energy planning. I'm wondering if you've tested that assumption, because there are some who would probably argue that what signals or what sends the right signals for authorities for energy planning are the markets and not necessarily multilateral decisions. So I'm wondering if again, if you've tested that assumption. And another one, and it's probably again outside the scope of your work, but is there a concern, particularly in Morocco as an important producer of green hydrogen, of greenwashing of green hydrogen as well, and what that means for the future of the industry, because now there's talk of brown hydrogen as well. And so it'll be interesting to know if you've come across some work done by Morocco to protect the reputation of the industry.
So thank you very much for this question. First, regarding the conference of Paris 2021 as a trigger, we treat this conference as a contextual turning point, not as a causal driver. We didn't formally test the assumption, but our narrative review shows that conference of Paris 21 Euro-Mediterranean countries introduced clearly green hydrogen roadmaps and long-term planning frameworks. We agree that markets also play a major role, and future empirical tests comparing policy science and markets science would be valuable. For Morocco, there are a lot of projects that are highlighting green hydrogen production, export routes toward Europe, and the development of trans-Mediterranean energy corridors, such as the Moroccan project Vision 2025 to 2013. That's this version. It's for using this green energy to enhance resilience in our country.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, that was an interesting concept, greenwashing green hydrogen. If you take green out of green, you have just hydrogen. Reem has a question.
Thank you, Bushra, for your research. You know that in green hydrogen, there are huge concerns in terms, for example, of the production cost, infrastructure that is not ready. Also, many other concerns, which, yes, of course, it's an innovation, but eventually we need a bit more time to understand whether this will work or not. And also, I even read that there are some issues on climate concerns. So we just don't know whether this is really beneficial and will reduce the pollution. So we still have to do more research on this. So I would really invite you to look also at the concerns in terms of the adoption of green hydrogen, and also at the same time, there are other aspects which are important. If we look at the Europe side, of course, you're looking at it from south to north. From European side, and we will hear more about these dynamics that are happening nowadays on Friday from Sensia Al-Sidi, is the economic security and the geo-economics dynamics that we are experiencing nowadays. So, of course, this means that it will reduce what you call your regenerative paradigm, because you see, it presumes a lot of cooperation between the players in terms of, for example, technology, in terms of demand. So we still believe that the demand is there, but I don't see there is a sufficient demand for a green hydrogen to justify really the high production cost. So also one needs to be a bit realistic in that in that aspect. So anyway, these are all points that I wanted to share with you. When we talk about regeneration, one also needs to think about whether this is realistic, the adoption or whatever the experience or whatever the application is realistic, and one needs to look at it in the long run. So it's not only in the short run, it's also the long run. But of course, one needs to continue monitoring with data and looking whether there are experiences on this field. But thank you very much. Very interesting paper.
Thank you. Would you like to comment, Bushra?
Yes, thank you very much. You are right to highlight this concern. Green hydrogen is still an emerging technology, and there are main points uncertain. First, production costs are still high and depend on large-scale deployment to decreases. Second, infrastructure is not yet ready in most countries, which limit short-term feasibility. Third, the climate benefits depend entirely on the carbon intensity of electricity used. If the power mix is not fully renewable, the climate gain is lower. So yes, more research are monitoring are needed. Our work does not claim that hydrogen is a great solution. It shows that hydrogen can support resilience only. Governance ensure real environmental integrity and in long-term territorial benefits. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any more questions? Online? No? Yes, it's 10 minutes past lunchtime. I feel your pain. So can we thank all? Thank you. So it's lunch break now until 1:45. Yeah, there was a
Go to this. I'm clicking it, but I don't know what's happening. I was thinking. It's not detecting. Let's try. Send you by email. Yeah, I was thinking of that. I don't want to move here. Okay, I can. I don't know. But I don't know why it will work. Do you know? It seems. Yeah, I mean, it's faster. It's also easier. Well, do you have my mail? It's, I don't know if we send you some communication. It's Daniel. Daniel is you. Me. Yes. Okay, perfect.
Hi, Philippe. I see you're connected. We'll start.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, Philippe. Yes.
Hi. Is it loud and clear?
Yes, perfect, perfect.
Okay.
Let's wait.
Okay, may I share the
We
screen?
are just waiting for Anas also to connect. I sent him a message.
Oh, do you hear me now? Okay. Let's go again. I have the pleasure to chair this academic session entitled Labor Market and Informality. The first paper is Has Egyptian labor market degenerated? Rising informal employment over 2012 to 2023. Philippe Ader is going to present. Philippe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm just struggling in order to share the screen. I mean to reach my the file.
Yes, yes.
Just hang on for a
We
minute.
are waiting.
Okay.
I can share your slides if you want, Philippe.
Maybe that would be easier. Lovely. Okay, I assume the title has already been presented. Is it full screen for you?
Yes, now it is.
Okay, so next slide, please. So here's the outline, research issues, etc. And I will jump to the introduction, presenting research issues and distinct theories dealing with informality. This is an old concept, I mean, informality or informal economy. And as a fuzzy set, it includes distinct theory without consensus and multi-criteria assessments, encapsulating at least two different approaches, one being the informal sector or unincorporated microenterprises, unregistered own account workers and employers managing less than 5 employees, and informal workers within the formal sector as within households. And altogether, like Russian dolls, it adds up in order to define the informal employment. Egypt seems to be the best case study within the MENA region, addressing the following research issues: the dynamics of youth employment, the persistence of labor market segmentation, so-called dualism, the segmentation versus occupational mobility. We shall see that mobility takes place, but it is rather sticky or low. And does job quality confirm informal wage employment? Next slide, please. Thank you. So just a glimpse at the distinct theories. This is a fresh full spectrum. According to one pessimistic interpretation of dualism, drawn from Lewis, 1954, persistent informality comes from labor market segmentation into formal versus informal jobs. And so far, it seems to be the most relevant theory, as underlined by Laporte and Schleifer. And the distinction between these theories lies into the analysis of markets, as you can see in table 1. Dualism on the left-hand side, institutionalism in the center, and so-called structuralism on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. So here is a figure that is giving some stylized facts regarding the share, the trend, and the sketching what is, I would call, the informality puzzle in Egypt. According to this figure, non-agricultural informal employment rose from 30–40% in the early 2000s up to 60 or 70% in 2023 at a 2.2% rise per annum over 60 years, depending on the sources. Next slide, please. So in contrast with what was found by Laporte and Schleifer, long-term GDP growth does not necessarily parallel a decline in informality. As a matter of fact, Egypt experienced ongoing rise in informal employment rate over that period, while GDP growth rate expanded. So this is the puzzle. And we test the relationship between informal employment as a depending variable and GDP in terms of logarithm, which is the dependent variable with the regression spanning 16 years, sorry. So as you see, it is a very simple equation. And what is rather striking, and this would require some bit of explanation, at least on the macroeconomic level, is that GDP growth exerts a significant and positive impact upon informal employment, as you can see with the beta, which is a positive 0.5, meaning that 1% GDP growth associates with a 0.5 rise in informal employment, whereas we could think so far that it was running opposite. In other words, when GDP was declining, informal employment would be rising. Next, thank you, lovely. Okay, so we turn to microeconomics because we think that Egypt is a very good case study regarding informality, and we use the labor market panel surveys that were sketched since the middle of the 90s. So starting with dualism, segmentation, and income gaps, we'll discuss briefly transition and occupational mobility. If we have a look at the transition matrices in Egypt, we can find 4 salient patterns. I will show right away the tables 2A and 2B. These patterns are that segmentation is obviously persistent. Over half, up to 2 out of 3 individuals who were initially either in formal employment or, as we shall see, in informal employment, remain in this status. Segmentation does not preclude occupational mobility between these two segments, but it takes place with a lesser extent. There is a very strong gender pattern. Women either cling to formal wage employment more than men, and half of the informal female employees exited the labor force. Last but not least, over half of the men employed transitioned to informal wage employment, whereas most women who were respectively unemployed or out of the labor force did not transition out of these status. Next slide, please. So here is a glimpse of the transition matrix, the matrix from 2012 to 2018. Will be better seen on the next slide, please. So if we look at the next matrix, which is 2018 and 2023, we shall see that there is low mobility from formal employment to informal employment, from informal employment to formal employment, whereas you can see it is strong as a status wherein which employees remain. So they get stuck. This is particularly obvious for men. It is slightly different for women, as you can see at the bottom of the table. Next slide, please. So these transition matrices, which provide the full picture of change in job status, because we're dealing with a panel, we not take into account attrition effects, probably at least 15% in 2018, sorry, and we don't know exactly for 2023. But as you can see, this is a brief comment. Almost 55% of men who were formal employees remain formal employees, whereas the remain moved to other segments and mostly became informal employees. In the second row of that previous table, 55%, almost 56%, sorry, of men who were informal employees remain informal employees. So we have some kind of very sticky job status. Mobility is sticky, especially the upwards mobility, and patterns, once again, are very different. Mobility for women seems to drive them outside the labor market. Next, please. So here is table 3, in which employment segmentation and wage gaps include formal, informal wage employment with respect to job status and gender patterns. This is why we have 2 lines for each different row. And from all the surveys starting in 2012 up to 2023. This is real monthly wages. I should add that in 2023 it was adjusted because we assumed that there was some wrong coding and it inverted men and women. Nevertheless, average age gap is strong, as you can see, probably less in 2023, and we have to deal and dig a bit more in order to understand what happened as compared to 2018. Next, please. So if we model the probability of occupational status regarding age and education, the logistic regressions provide estimations. And we can see that in next table in a minute, the results show that for all years in Egypt, the likelihood of holding a formal wage employment increases with age, higher for those who have completed at least secondary education compared to those with limited education, which is consistent with human capital theory. It is also stronger for individuals working in services. Two salient patterns are noteworthy. One is persistent labor market segmentation and low mobility, affecting both the formal and informal workers. In other words, I'm not only repeating what we've seen with the transition matrices, but it is also the analytical side that confirms what we depict with the transition matrices. And we have also strong and distinct gender patterns. Next, please. So here is the table 4. I won't comment much more. This is just taking care of the variables that are relevant, such as age, sex or gender, education, and the urban versus industry as variables. Okay. Next, please. So I shall recall the research. One of the research question is informality driven by the supply or by the demand side, from the workers themselves on the supply side or from the employees on the demand side, dealing, of course, with wage employment. So we turn to another aspect, still using macroeconomic analysis, labor supply regarding both the Mincer wage equation and quintile regressions. Starting with the Mincer wage equation, this supposedly explains wage differentials among employees based on their human capital attributes, education and experience, and that was suggested by the previous observations. So for a time, we will be probably very happy with this. Now, here's the detail of the wage equation and the various variables, coefficients, and so on. So the highest education level and experience are very significant and positive, and formal employees earn a higher income than informal employees do. So here is the table taking care of all 3 surveys, and this is confirming the observation I just made. And you can see, if we turn now to the next explanation, which will confirm the findings we already made about the Mincer wage equation, quintile regressions and wage distribution, so to speak, between formal and informal employees, the wages as distributed following the 10%, 25%, 50%, 70%, and 90%. They display obvious differences between formal and informal jobs, and some minor changes over the period, the last decade since 2012. Gender is significant and positive among formal employees. Age is significant, but only for informal workers, accepted for high earners. Human capital variables are more important for formal employees, but only for middle income earners. And education is more important for formal employees versus experience, which seems to be more important for informal employees, especially for 2018. In other words, the characteristics are slightly different between the 2 categories, formal versus informal, but nevertheless, this goes the same way as we observed regarding the Mincer wage equation. Next, please. So we turn now to labor demand. So far, we were very happy with the human capital theory and quintile regressions, and now it will be deteriorating very quickly, turning to job quality indicators, which we think are more linked to the demand side from the employers, and next, as we shall see, to wage gap decomposition. So this is a multidimensional job quality for wage employment, and we have 10 different categories. And as we shall see, if we focus on from no deprivation, everything is paradise on earth until most deprivations, that is to say, number 10. We shall see this on the next slide, please. Yeah, here is the distribution of job quality index. And I hope this is easy to read, not very easy for me, but at least we have lovely nuances of gray and black, which take care. It is obvious that on the left hand side, the zero deprivation is declining, whereas the most deprivations we should find on number 6 and number 7, which is quite a lot of deprivation upon 10, is increasing, especially for number 7. Next, please. Last but not least, turning to Oaxaca-Blinder decomposition model, according to the next table we'll see in a few seconds, the overall wage gap between formal and informal workers increased from 0.209 up to 0.332, suggesting a growing wage gap. The explained components of the wage gap on the supply side of the employees is almost negligible. Therefore, human capital is not an explanatory factor. Whereas the unexplained component is large and rising, displaying persistent structural or so-called discriminatory factors on the demand side from employers. Next slide, please. So here is the table for the Oaxaca-Blinder decomposition model. And we have a lovely yellow highlight in order to focus on the unexplained variables, coefficients, sorry. And these are obviously going opposite to the idea that it is explained on the supply side of the workers, whereas it's suggested very strongly it is located on the demand side of the employers. Next slide, please. Conclusion, I hope I'm still not lagging. If we recapitulate main insights, informal employment in Egypt increased dramatically from roughly 50% in 2012 up to 67% in 2023, together with GDP, which is obviously our puzzling observation. Prevalence and persistence of informal employment segmentation for employees affects especially youth. Transition throughout labor market segments do not affect formal employees who are better off, or informal employees who cannot easily access formal jobs, probably because this could be better explained, I didn't detail that, by an insider-outsider explanation. Mobility proves sticky and segmentation prevails. There are strong gender patterns, so we cannot generalize talking about informal or formal employees without specifying whether they are male or female. Logistic regressions mirror transition matrices, as we have seen. On the supply side, the Mensa wage equation demonstrates that formal employees earn more than informal ones, and wage differentials being the difference due to human capital endowments. And the same runs with quantile regressions, which confirms these findings in the wage equation. But on the demand side, as we had just seen, better job quality strongly associates with higher wages in formal job, and job quality worsens from no deprivation or deprivation equals zero to very severe deprivations. Incomes tend to decline. And the Shaka Blinder decomposition of weight differentials highlights the major importance of unexplained components related to discrimination, or so-called discrimination from employers, and do not corroborate the role of human capital on the supply side of employees. In other words, informality is mostly imposed by employers, not really chosen by employees. I guess I'm done. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Philippe, for your very interesting presentation. Are there any questions from the audience?
Yes, please.
So thank you very much, Philippe, for this presentation. Actually, this is a topic I'm really very curious about, and then the facts that you highlight are very interesting, that, okay, GDP is growing, but why formality is not happening? And I was curious about the impact of the sector of activity, whether you have data on different sectors, because I know you have data by gender to say whether people transition, and have a look at transition to formality and see what are the mechanisms that are involved. And I'm afraid, like, okay, I know you have separated agricultural and other sectors, but I think, for instance, construction also plays a role. Probably these patterns are more severe in some sectors than another. So that's a suggestion, to have sector-specific view. Also, I was wondering about the different legal frameworks that we have in Egypt, like whether there are some incentive mechanisms that actually encourages employers to have more, or obligates them to have more formal employment contracts. And I'm afraid also what you observe is an informality trap. I myself was looking at informality patterns and transition in Tunisia. And what we discovered was that there was this informality trap. Like, we tried to look at people. Unfortunately, we don't have like panel data that observes the same people over long run. But looking to different surveys and trying to proxy for informal employment, we had that some people who are in informal, they tend to remain in informal. And once they transition, they go back. So there was this evidence of informality trap. And my other question is whether you can have that also, you observe similar trends in Egypt as well. If we look at the same individuals who is once informal, do they remain informal?
Philippe, would you like to answer?
Yes, please. Well, thank you for these two questions. If I didn't miss any, maybe there were three, I don't know. First question is related to the sectoral aspects, and I must confess that probably we've been a bit lazy, and we could expand our explanation in order to make sure that there are some characteristics that are linked to either or and gender and sectors regarding formal and informal employees. There is a major characteristic, which is the difference between the service sector, rather for formal employees, and the manufacturing sector, including craftsmanship for the informal employees. But this would necessitate to add also non-wage employment, the micro enterprises. So we need to dig a little more if we want to focus on the sectoral issues. So this is a very good question, and of course a very bad answer. Second, the informality trap. Yes, that is absolutely correct. I didn't use the word because it is almost a gimmick, but this is exactly describing what happens when we noticed and demonstrated that mobility was very sticky. So we would need to expand a little more. Why do especially women will go out will leave the labor market instead of going to informal employment? And we need to subdivide that with age group, taking into consideration the size of the household and the presence of children. That would be an explanation. We didn't dig too much on that issue, and we don't always have the information regarding the size of the household in the panel survey, if I'm correct. But this is a big issue because, yes, obviously we have two different behaviors that are related to gender, and those two different behaviors are also, for some part, explaining why women will stick more than men to the formal sector, so to speak, and especially the public sector, which is compatible with cause and their status as raising children and taking care of the household. I don't know if I did answer the questions, but you
It was also about the legal framework in Egypt, whether there is incentives to mobilize, to enhance or give some
yes, that's
incentives.
correct. Sorry, I skipped that one because it's in the appendix. That will, well, okay. I detailed that quite a lot in previous papers, and you're absolutely right. There are policy implications, and especially policy issues should be distinct regarding whether they address male or females. And this is one way to deal with some very specific activities. And I would think that, for instance, the social activities, whether market activities such as cooperative or non-market activities, should be privileged in order to help and enhance labor market participation regarding women. This is only one aspect of the answer, I agree, maybe not enough, but this would be almost another paper. If you have to look to the appendix, I'm just suggesting that. I didn't take enough time to present, probably. My fault.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now, because the next speaker is not connected, we are going to the next session. Yeah, is he connected? No.
So unfortunately, Philippe, the other speaker of your session, he doesn't reply to my emails, and he's not connected, unfortunately.
So we have no discussion.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you didn't have a discussion, but we will be happy to meet you tomorrow.
Yes, of course.
Have a live discussion
in person.
Yeah, in person.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Please send the email address so that I can send it to the absentee.
Yes, I will put you in touch.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a safe flight.
Thank you. Safe flight.
Thank you.
Bye-bye for now.
So I think we move directly to the next session, and then we will finish the conference today like much earlier, and we can enjoy in our time in Paris, in Barcelona. Sorry.
This is when you have what you get when you have a remote global team. Great, thanks very much, Egane. Good afternoon, everyone. So we will whiz through then the program, and we're starting with the session 3. This is the economics of degeneration. You can't hear me?
We start with 3.2.
So yes, so that's the ideas. So the session is on economics of degeneration, crime and conflict. As we await for Gaetano Perone to connect for paper 3.1, we'll have the pleasure to hear first from Teka Gutu Saketa from the German Institute of Development and Sustainability. Teka will present his paper on conflict exposure and human capital formation of children in selected sub-Saharan African countries. And then hopefully once we have Gaetano online, he will act as a discussant. And then we will have a change of roles, and that's when we will hear from Gaetano on his paper on the dual economic impact of mafia-type organizations in Italy, evidence from 106 provinces. For now, Teka, over to you.
I think you need to turn on the mic.
Now it's working. Okay, good. Thank you for having me. This is my first time to this conference, and I found out very interesting for many reasons. And just listening this morning, I had a privilege to add 2 slides. Also, I think it's a very good opportunity, as some are missing the presentation, to advertise my research institute, which I found is very interesting for EMANES as well, for networking. So I am Tekaling, originally from Ethiopia. I am based at IDOS, German Institute of Development and Sustainability, which was established in 1994 in Berlin. After Germany's unification, we moved back to Bonn, the UN city, and we changed our name from German Development Institute to IDOS because sustainability has become the major focus of our research institute. And this research is not only a research institute, we are also a think tank which highly relies on cooperation of high-performing research institutions across all over the world. And we conduct empirical research, particularly applied research, policy advisory, and postgraduate training, which I found might be interesting for some of you if you want to reach out to IDOS. And we have many departments. One is inter and transnational cooperation, basically dealing with multilateral cooperations on economics, on environmental governance, political economy, political disorders, knowledge cooperation, and of course, facilities. So based on your interest of these different types of departments, you could reach out for further collaboration. And these are the kind of teams we have at IDOS. As you can see, we are very much global research institute hired from almost from all continents except Australia. For obvious reasons, maybe distance. And as you can see, we are very much heavily involved also, not only in terms of employment opportunities, attracting global researchers, but our research also very much focuses particularly on Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And I found a common interest between us. So why not a bit of advertisement of IDOS? Let's back to the reason why I am here, and that's partly, I think, the reason why you select these papers. And this paper focuses on how conflict affects the human capital formation of children. Unfortunately, we all know that there is no need of explanation why conflict matters, especially nowadays. And when it comes to children, My co-author, which I forgot to mention earlier, based in World Bank, DC, we try to analyze. There are huge research around conflict, but we are very much motivated by how human capital formation is degraded nowadays, particularly focusing on children. And we focus on under 15 children, and with a special focus on under 5 age children. As we all know, Africa is a youth population, right? For more than 41% of the entire continent is under 15 years of age. And we try to, in this paper, try to understand what is the effect of conflict exposure for the success later development, as well documented by Ekman and others. And as a part of the motivation, we might, and especially nowadays, the human capital formation of children has been degraded or eroded due to conflict. And you can see the statistics how huge, and it's very alarming this has caused over the years. And you can see over more than 10 million children have died just between 1995 and 2015. And it's become worse, especially in Africa. And the more worrying part is now conflict is resurging again in different parts of the continent. So in this paper, we ask two basic questions. So what does conflict exposure does to the human capital formation of children? And what are the potential pathways through which this affects human capital? And we do disaggregate between long-term and short-term, and also try to understand particularly the mechanisms as it has a policy relevance, okay? As a background, we focus on 4 countries, Ethiopia, Nigeria. Ethiopia since 2000 has experienced several deadly conflicts, political, economic, social, ethnic, and other factors. Nigeria, particularly ethnicity and religion, as you have heard recently, a huge story going on related to religion. And also Rwanda has, compared to others, few conflict instances, and Uganda, particularly in the northern part where this kind of conflict is prevalent. And as a conceptual framework for this paper, we hugely depend or focus on the framework of the Ekman, who tried to conceptualize how early conflict exposure affects human capital formation, with its in turn a direct consequence for the later life success. And also we borrow some literature from psychology, particularly Piaget's theory. And based on this, we try to hypothesize that early investment in children is very vital for human capital formation. Not only for that, also it's a cost-effective strategy for human capital formation. And as a data source, as I said, 4 countries, and we use DHS and ACLED, Uppsala 1, who geocoded conflict data collection. And for DH survey, we considered 2013, 2018 for these 4 countries, and for conflict since 2000. And as I said, the conflict data is geocoded, very detailed in terms of event and fatalities, and also you could easily disaggregate in terms of time horizon as well. For this particular study, we try to see exposure along different radius of exposure, all the way from 10 to 100 kilometers, and try to see to what extent this kind of effect is prevalent. This is just to provide you descriptive statistics of the nutritional outcome of children under 5 years. And you can see some sort of heterogeneity across the 4 countries over 4 periods. And you have the light blue, the stunting, and the gray one, the underweight, and the deep blue wasting. And you can see still huge amount of children are stunted, underweighted, or wasted across different countries, and that varies across the 4 countries. And this is geospatially how the concentration of conflict looks like, and you can see how they are spatially also very different across the 4 countries in terms of spatial, and this is just to report the. As to the econometric strategy, we use a pooled panel cross-section where our outcome variable of interest, in this case, human capital formation, proxied by stunting, wasting, or underweight, or educational outcome of those children under 18. And we try to control a bunch of vectors, both individual, household, community, or environmental factors. Also, we included survey fixed effect and time invariant fixed effect. This is the results. As you can see, fatality, which is a measure of intensity of exposure, increases probability of underweight and wasting. In terms of statistical figures, since we use fatality, seems like smaller, but in terms of contextualizing this is roughly about 3 to 50% of the average, meaning those who are exposed, let's say this is within the radius of 20-kilometer radius, a child exposed to conflict has like 33% to wasted up to 58% compared to the average. And as you can see, there is a clear effect of conflict on the nutritional outcomes. And if you see this in terms of rural and urban divide, you could see also heterogeneity, particularly the effect is worst for the rural areas. And I will explain later why the rural areas are more worse off compared to the urban. If you see the effect on schooling, you can see the delayed in grade. So you can see conflict fatalities, particularly those exposed under 5 within the past 2 years have a higher percentage of being delayed compared to the normal children who are not exposed to conflict. And this has a serious implication for later achievement of the child who are exposed to conflict. And we explore a bunch of underlying mechanisms why this could happen. And interestingly, we found out 3 key areas when it comes to socioeconomic channels. The first one is the medical healthcare utilization, where those exposed to conflict, as we all know, conflict distracts health infrastructure, which are very important for the development of child. Deteriorated economic conditions and particularly market-related supply chain disruptions are the main causal mechanisms through which conflict is affecting human capital formation. Also, in terms of behavioral change, we see change in mother's dietary consumption or mental health, physical violence are possible pathways. And this is in terms of, just to give you a statistical figure, as you can see, health facilities is positively correlated with maternal visits to health clinic or vaccination and the others. So which means when you have a conflict being affecting mothers' access to this kind of health facility, seriously affects the stunting, wasting, or undernutritional outcome of children. And in terms of market, as you can see, the more they are closer to the market, the higher the price is, obviously, because of supply shortage, disruption is in markets, which means it has an effect also on mothers or households' access to nutritional values, which are very important for the growth of the child. Okay? And as you can see also, be it in terms of cereal price and the effect is consistent whether you consider across different radius of exposure. And this is in terms of mother's dietary. And as you can see, the number of food consumed is very much less in conflict areas compared to those who are not exposed to conflict. So which means justifies the earlier argument I said that conflict affects also consumption patterns of mothers. Okay, if you are not convinced with the 10-20 kilometer radius, this is the sensitivity analysis along different. I know the horizontal axis a bit difficult to read, but it's from 10 kilometer all the way to 100 kilometer. And as you can see, you have a significant effect, especially between 10 to 30 kilometer radius. So that's why for the paper we use 20 kilometer, but we did some sensitivity analysis. So the farther away from the conflict area, of course, obviously you expect less. And you can see the results are persistent, whether you are looking at stunting, wasting, or underweight. Let me conclude with a few food for thought. So we know that it's obvious conflict reduces human capital formation of children, and especially more likely those exposed to conflict stunted, underweighted, and has diminished childhood schooling because they have fewer grades of education completion compared to those who are not affected. And the long-term effect is more severe, particularly as it's hardly hit the rural areas than the urban areas. And part of the story we discussed in the paper is because of market disruption and of course, socio-economic and the psychological channels requires due attention for policymakers if they want to reverse the degeneration effect of the conflict exposure, which is becoming very rampant in many African countries. So as a policy, we believe that targeted and the timely intervention can circumvent, especially the long-term consequences, and focusing on recovery efforts for countries, particularly who are very much affected by conflict, is very important to tackle this long-term deterioration of human capital. If you want to dive more into the paper, it's out this month as a working paper, and you could look at for the details. And if you want to reach out, you can also email me for further. I thank you for your attention and look forward to your comments or suggestions.
Thank you very much, Teka, for this really sobering and quite depressing, but information that really reconfirms a lot of our assumptions. Unfortunately, our discussant is not yet online. We're trying to connect with him, and so maybe in the meantime, and this is probably also the result of a little bit of a shift in the agenda, what we could do is take any questions and answers at this stage while we await further connection of Gaetano. And if we don't have Gaetano online now, what I would suggest is that we take the quick coffee break instead of taking it later on, because we've already missed that. And okay, let's wait to hear back from him in the next few minutes. And yes, I'd like to open the floor for questions. Rim.
Very nice paper. And also it aligns very much with our new thinking on human capital formation and how we had the impression, at least the intuition, that conflict exposure could reduce this human capital, the potential for human capital formation, and at the same time reduce the potential for growth and development, which is degenerative. Whatever this means, we need to think a bit on the degenerative aspects of it. So this is one thing which I would like to ask you, based on the research you're doing, how do you see degeneration and within this field of work that you are researching, specifically in Africa? And this could also be that Africa has been a bit lower in terms of its development. Could it be attributed to this lack of potential, or we'll call it the lack of the materialization of potential because of these conflicts, the repetitive conflicts in the continent? So this is my first question. My second question is, we are trying to work on connecting neuroscience and economics to understand the human capital formation. And this concept, we call it brain capital. Brain, because we are taking brain health as an endogenous dimension of brain capital. So it's not an exogenous dimension. So it's not like they are separated. Actually, if we don't have a good brain since early childhood and early childhood development, then of course, we don't develop up to our potential. And this means that the whole debate will change because we put brain health in the center of the equation. And then, of course, human capital formation is not a result. It becomes something in which we invest as a country or as a human being, individual, and so on. So obviously, conflict exposure impacts the children and their parents, particularly the mothers. And we know this, for example, in many regions in Africa where mothers, they had to be or have been exposed to very destructive practices. And this is also something that impacts the children when they are growing. So in terms, for example, of mental stress, depression, more further disorders. And this is all impacting their, life cycle and then their development. And of course, overall, the capital for brain capital, I call brain capital formation overall. So how do you see all of this from your research? And did you take into consideration, for example, these dimensions of brain health, or is something that probably you would be interested to take further in your research?
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. I know it's a bit difficult to justify that the outcome indicators we looked at into perfectly captures the human capital. But we are very much interested, as I said, yes, human capital is vital. As you rightly said, there are a lot of explanations why Africa is lagging behind compared to the other. One could be low human capital formation, which could also, okay, why human capital is low in Africa is another hot debate which never resettles. But partly, as we all know, as Mogulu and the others have invested a lot trying to understand the institution. And the institutions are not formed overnight. They are accumulated and requires a lot of investment. And the developing institution required, as you rightly said, partly also human capital. On the top of that, then now I mentioned those famous economists because they looked at also how conflict affected institutional formation of Africans since colonization or even before colonization. And they find out a very strong explanation why this could happen. And unfortunately, again, part of the story is conflict. And the conflict, as I said, and we are very much interested in the pathways, especially because when we think of a conflict not only affects the mental health, nutritional access, and others, but it also destroys infrastructure. Infrastructure very vital for growth, like education, healthcare facilities, and so many. And so in short, I see part of the explanation is conflict, but not only conflict, I would say, but part of the explanation could be conflict at again affecting a lot of institutions and infrastructure related to that. I know you want to come back to the point, but brief quick on brain capital. This is a very interesting complementarity. That's why I also introduced our institutes partly focusing on this area, and we work on Africa part especially. And there are a lot of documents showing that. And the reason why I said investment in early child is a cost-effective way for so many reasons. And under 5 is the investment, especially through nutrition of the child and the mother, is very, very important for human capital formation, particularly child educational outcome, and which will affect later on long-term investment. So we are trying to explore further beyond the conflict, what could explain this. So we are very much interested, including the mental health of the child and the mother. is in our research, and we have a separate paper trying to understand the effects of trauma, for instance, as a result of conflict exposure on stunting, wasting, and underweight. But very good comment. Thank you.
So since we have more time, if I see also Tiago raising hand, but let me continue with this infrastructure. You mentioned infrastructure, and we did some work, research work with Yagane and Tiago on the predeterminant of brain capital, which are practically the drivers for, or call it the infrastructure for healthy brain. And clearly, Africa is lagging behind. But of course, for the moment, we did not start explaining why this. We know why this is the case, because of course there is no enough funding going into the infrastructure, because countries, they don't allocate enough in those areas. But then eventually we also need to think about the destruction of value over time when there is conflicts, and then this can be very easy just to compare countries that have not gone through conflicts or successive conflicts over the last 20 or call it 50 years, and other countries that have gone through those type of armed conflicts and destructions and also instabilities. And you will see, in fact, easily what has happened in the countries that have developed and the countries that haven't developed. So, I mean, in my view, human capital is a very important capital endowment, and it has to be prepared from the start, from early childhood. Otherwise, of course, countries, they are not put at the same level of development over time. So yeah, so this is also something that eventually one needs to work on, trying to really put on the equation brain health as a priority, not as only human capital formation as a result of a certain, I would say, policy actions or no actions. But then if it is a priority, then maybe there would be a change.
Definitely. By the way, a bit of advertisement also, fascinated by this work. Now we have started how structural transformation is linked to conflict. And of course, structural transformation is a complex process, and we are trying to see 54 states of all Africa, including Egypt. And we want to compare, categorizing by the intensity of conflict, as well as based on the different criteria of classification, whether this is attributed somehow or whether it's hindering structural transformation. And as you said also, and I try to say in my talk also, structural barriers are one of the bottlenecks for hindering growth. Many African countries, I would say, unfortunately, though many claim that Africa is on the rise. Of course, yes, but again, we are back to, and where you see a lot of conflicts and so many distractions there. So we have an active now research trying to look at what are the structural barriers and what if this kind of shocks. Conflict is one shock. Of course, climate change is also there. Part of the conflict is attributed to climate change, of course, but it's a complex process. But at the same time, I think disaggregating can provide some useful tools for policymakers, at least trying to address some of these structural barriers.
Tiago, then Agustina.
We have time. Okay, we have time. Okay, cool. No, thank you for the presentation, for the paper. I don't want to sound repetitive, but just to touch again on what Rim mentioned on mental health and brain health. I have the feeling that expanding the same research by analyzing the brain capital instead of human capital as well, because you're looking at the early childhood. I think we might be able to see more striking results even if you're looking to mental health, especially because we know that neuroplasticity and the development of brains they're super important, especially in this period of time, right? Even in prenatal and the early childhood. So I really encourage if we can later on discuss the further research on this area. And then maybe one comment more technical on the paper, because I don't know if I missed this, but if you have a look into always as indigeneity issues or even the reverse causality, in a sense that, as you explained, through institutions, but also it's also true that countries with higher human capital tend maybe to have less conflict. So also, how did you look at this reverse causality and even also the indigeneity issues, if you have thought about any IV estimator and so on? But thank you again for the paper.
Thanks, Tiago. Maybe quick reaction, Yara, if I may. Very good comment in terms of brain capital. It's interesting area, and I would take it as a comment and supplement for future. I would say in terms of reverse causality, we tried a bunch of econometric approach, including IV. And the problem with IV is for conflict, you don't find really viable. It can pass the test, but intuitively it's very hard to justify. We try to use protest as an indicator of IV. The same. Other way we tried is controlling a bunch of controls, including country fixed effects, time fixed effect, and so forth. We tried and do sensitivity analysis along so many dimensions, and the story is somehow the same. So we said, instead of instrumenting, like we saw it's better to have a very straightforward with a lot of controls, but we were taught about that. Thank you for the comment.
Thanks, Teka. I like this paper and this discussion very much. It has many approaches, so I would like to add one more approach. Maybe it's absolutely out of scope, but anyway. It's really interesting to understand how in these kind of societies that are crossed over by conflicts, what kind of societies are built, what kind of social bondings are built or not built, especially in these early stages of life during childhood, because that's sort of the base where society is created through education and through family common building where certain morality is based and further.
Thank you for comment. Can I?
Yes, please take a go.
Quickly. In terms of societal building, not for this project, but with a different project. As I said, our institutes are very big, and there are researchers who are looking at how social cohesion looks like in the context of conflict. And part of the story emerging from that research is in line with what we expected. Definitely, you see deterioration of social capital, social cohesion, especially trust toward these institutions. If we use, let's say, trust toward institutions, especially government institutions, cooperation for the common good and inclusive identity, we used 3 indicators, and we find out conflict is rampant in terms of affecting this kind of indicators of social bond, if it's part of the story is that what you are saying. But again, it's huge research. Still, a lot has been done in the area of conflict, but particularly in terms of this kind of behavioral aspect, is still, I would say, a thing that requires careful investigation, especially given conflict is, unfortunately, could be interesting for research, but it's not a kind of fantasy where recently many African countries, even beyond many African countries, are back to conflict. And for instance, Trump claiming peace deal between Congo and Rwanda, just 2 days ago again emerged. You see a lot of deep deals, but again, back to the vicious circle. And I don't see much positive prospect unless this kind of structures and factors are taken seriously in terms of reversing. Otherwise, as I said, Africa, what makes a bit worrisome is a huge youth and children continent. And if these kind of distractions are affecting the development of this young generation or children, I don't see what kind of human capital quality we are producing in the future. So that's why at our institute, we take very seriously trying to contribute at least part of the story for the government to take it this seriously. And interestingly, Germany is one of the EU active members, so we work through various mechanisms at least, and that's why the collaboration is also important with this kind of institutes to raise the voice, be it through EU, African Union, or through whatever channel. And it's a very important, a serious issue that requires close attention.
Thank you very much, Teka. Maybe Chair's prerogative here with a couple of questions and comments. I'm struck by the context in which we are having this discussion, right? We know that we have severe underfunding of the structures that you are referring to, particularly with UN peacekeeping missions, that some of them are active in some of the countries that you've referred to, not all of them, that are going to have a very sharp decrease in funding and loss of mandate. We saw yesterday the release of the US National Security Strategy, a 37-page document to which half a page was dedicated to Africa. And in that half page, the focus was one of an extractive relationship that is focused on economic well-being of the US and not that of the prosperity of the continent. So, a very important shift in what was traditionally the liberal approach to the continent. Not to say that prior administrations have been particularly very helpful to the continent, but just a remark on the context of understanding what is a threat to international peace and security. I think 20 years ago, the international community has reached the conclusion that domestic conflicts, and those that you are referring to, constitute a threat to international peace and security, and not just a threat to the domestic context in which they are being developed. I worry about what the current direction may mean about abandoning societies that are going through these domestic challenges and how we understand them as a threat to our collective peace and security. I think you mentioned, Teka, one of your policy recommendations was targeted and timely interventions to circumvent consequences of violent conflict. Maybe this is my personal sense because I've worked on economic and social development in conflict countries. And the perception, particularly from international organizations, is that you are throwing money at a kind of empty pot if you are just working on economic and social development without trying to resolve the underlying consequences of conflict. And so it becomes a chicken and egg situation whereby there are not enough investments in conflict prevention and conflict resolution that exacerbate the socio-economic challenges, and then you don't invest in the socio-economic challenge, which is what you had described as circumventing the consequences of conflict. I'm wondering, who is the policy recommendation addressed to? Is it to decision makers inside those countries? Or is it to members of the international? I mean, you mentioned the German government. Sure, it's very involved in that, but in kind of conflict prevention and resolution. But who are these policy recommendations targeted to? Lastly, maybe Agustina, a reflection around social bonds. Probably this comes from a bias as being a conflict child myself in the time. I think the social bonds that are created in societies in conflict, I wouldn't underestimate the strength of social bonds that are developed in these countries as well, because the kind of constant instability that surrounds societies means that there's another type of social bonds that get developed. So I think, I mean, this is worthy also of something to explore. One last maybe remark, Teka, the timeline that you adopted is one of 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, on understanding kind of the psychological impacts. I mean, obviously, I would imagine that you would also be thinking about broader timelines, because trauma from conflict usually shows up 10, 15, 20 years later as well. And I think those become really unresolved, because the generation that has gone through the conflict is, aside from obviously taboos that emerge from dealing with traumas from previous conflicts. So yeah, thanks very much for a really thought-provoking paper.
Yeah, thank you, Yara. Very good comments. And there was a recent, not recent, but after Germany's election, a debate about, and Germany very much focused on security of Germans. And one of the debate was, okay, if you are concerned about international security, but part of the story comes from domestic violence, for instance, you mentioned. And we know that there was huge migration to Europe in 2015-16, now re-emerging again, since you guys work on the Mediterranean, one pathway is through the Mediterranean. And one of the arguments recently having, and especially with the German ministry who deals with international cooperation, is yes, you can focus on international security, but part of the story comes from domestic, like they flew domestic conflict, which becomes again a threat as a result of migration for international security. So I do really share the story you are raising. That's what we as researchers are trying to convince policymakers, for instance, German policymakers or African Union or whatever channel we are using. As absolutely agree with you, nowadays the international trend is toward extractive, especially toward East Africa, due to the race for extraction of critical minerals, where US, for instance, you mentioned, is very much interested. But again, we will see where it takes, but that's not the way to go. In terms of who are this policy audience, in our research, we address 2 audiences. One is German government, a ministry who gives funding because they want to do through development cooperation in many parts of the African or Latin America or Asia. So we target them. The second one is those countries also. We conduct workshops, seminars with the focus countries, in this case like Ethiopia, Nigeria, Rwanda. So we also reach out to them through policy briefs, or not only these academic papers, but we produce also policy briefs in a way policymakers could understand. So we try to address both. But I take your comments. In terms of time horizon, I absolutely agree with you. The trauma effect could not be captured by 2 to 3 years. I definitely agree on its limitation of the study, but in the recommendation, we say long-term effect should be analyzed, such as, for instance, what will happen after 10 or 15 years. And as we all know, research is very time-bounded. We will see if we could revisit this issue after, but that's the limitation, and that's the best we could do given the data set we have. But thank you for useful comments.
If there are no other questions or comments, unfortunately, Gaetano has dropped on us. So we won't be able to have the discussant or author of paper 3.1 join us. With that, I think we can call a close for today and say thank you very much to everyone here and online for your engagement. We will be meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So yes, please be here bright and early, ready for the session that will be chaired by Carlo. Thanks very much, everyone.